We're All Wonders, written and illustrated by R.J. Palacio. I know I'm not an ordinary kid. Sure, I do ordinary things. I ride a bike, I eat ice cream, I play ball. I just don't look ordinary. I don't look like other kids. My mom says I'm unique. She says I'm a wonder. My dog, Daisy, agrees. But some people don't see that I'm a wonder. All they see is how different I look. Sometimes they stare at me. They point or laugh. They even say mean things behind my back. But I can hear them. It hurts my feelings. It hurts Daisy's feelings too. When that happens, I put on my helmet. I put Daisy's helmet on too. And then we blast off! Up, 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 up through the clouds. Across the galaxy. All the way to Pluto. We say hello to old friends. From far away, the earth looks so small. I can't see any people, but I know they're there. Billions of people, people of all different colors, people who walk and talk differently, people who look different, like me. The earth is big enough for all kinds of people. I know I can't change the way I look. But maybe, just maybe, people can change the way they see. If they do, they'll see that I'm a wonder. And they'll see that they're wonders too. We're all wonders. Look with kindness, and you will always find wonder. Barbie, Lost and Found. By Carol Pugliano Martin, illustrated by SI International. Barbie was reading in her room. All of a sudden, she heard Stacy calling from outside. "Barbie, come quick!" cried Stacy. Barbie ran outside. "Look who followed me home," said Stacy. "Can I keep her?" Barbie knelt down to pet the dog. She let the dog lick her hand. "I don't see a collar or a tag," Barbie said. "Does that mean I can keep her?" asked Stacy. "Stacy, this dog might belong to someone. We have to find her owners," said Barbie. "I guess you're right," said Stacy. "Let's look for clues." "Well, she's all wet and muddy," said Barbie. "Yes, that's the first clue," Stacy said. She ran inside and got a notepad. She wrote the clue on the pad. "Now, where could she have gotten so wet and muddy?" asked Barbie. "There's a stream in the park," said Stacy. They began walking. The dog trotted beside them. They came to the park. The dog ran ahead. Barbie, she's heading right to the stream, said Stacy. When they got there, the dog was standing at the edge. She was barking. This must be where she got wet, said Stacy. Do you like to swim, girl? The dog gave Stacy her paw. Look, Barbie, said Stacy. There's a branch in her fur. It's another clue. Stacy wrote down the clue. Now we have to find the bush it came from, she said. They began to search the park. There it is, cried Stacy. They ran to the bush. They saw something shiny. It was a collar with a tag. The collar must have gotten stuck here, said Barbie. Is your name Sophie? She asked the dog. Sophie wagged her tail. The tag says Sophie belongs to Mrs. Martin on Oak Street, said Barbie. They walked to the house. Stacy rang the doorbell. Mrs. Martin opened the door. Hi, I'm Stacy. My sister Barbie and I think we found your dog. She followed me home, said Stacy. I found clues and we brought her here. Thank you, said Mrs. Martin. You should be a detective when you grow up. You would be a great one. I would like to work at an animal shelter instead. I want to help animals find homes, said Stacy. Well, you're off to a good start, said Mrs. Martin. Woof! Sophie agreed. Thomas and Friends. Thomas and the Jet Engine. Based on the Railway series by the Reverend W. Awdry, illustrated by Richard Courtney. Thomas likes to go fast. Gordon thinks he is faster. Thomas must take a jet engine to the airport. A jet engine goes by pushing hot air out its back. It is like a balloon full of air. When you let it go, off it zooms. Cranky does not look. His hook bumps the switch. Click! The jet engine starts up. Vroom, vroom! The jet engine rockets Thomas up the track. Zoom, zoom! Clear the lines! Runaway train! Thomas passes Percy. Whoosh! Thomas passes Henry. Whoosh! Hi, Gordon! Vroom! Bye, Gordon! Zoom! At last, the jet engine runs out of fuel. Phew! Thomas chuffs to the airport on his own steam. Beep, beep! Back at the shed, Gordon ignores Thomas. Gordon may not be a jet engine, but he is full of hot air. Pete the Cat, Old MacDonald Had a Farm by James Dean. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some chickens, E-I-E-I-O, with a cluck cluck here and a cluck cluck there, here a cluck, there a cluck, everywhere a cluck cluck. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some dogs, E-I-E-I-O, with a woof woof here and a woof woof there, here a woof, there a woof, everywhere a woof woof. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some cows, E-I-E-I-O, with a moo-moo here and a moo-moo there, here a moo, there a moo, everywhere a moo-moo. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some pigs, E-I-E-I-O, with an oink oink here and an oink oink there, here an oink, there an oink, everywhere an oink oink. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some horses, E-I-E-I-O, with a neigh-neigh here and a neigh-neigh there, here a neigh, there a neigh, everywhere a neigh-neigh. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some cats, E-I-E-I-O, with a meow meow here and a meow meow there, here a meow, there a meow, everywhere a meow meow. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some goats, E-I-E-I-O, with a ba-ba here and a ba-ba there, here a ba, there a ba, everywhere a ba-ba. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some ducks, E-I-E-I-O, with a quack quack here and a quack quack there, here a quack, there a quack, everywhere a quack quack. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some turkeys, E-I-E-I-O, with a gobble gobble here and a gobble gobble there, here a gobble, there a gobble, everywhere a gobble gobble. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some roosters, E-I-E-I-O, with a cock-a-doodle-doo here and a cock-a-doodle-doo there, here a cock-a-doodle-doo, there a cock-a-doodle-doo, everywhere a cock-a-doodle-doo. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some donkeys, E-I-E-I-O, with a hee-haw here and a hee-haw there, here a hee-haw, there a hee-haw, everywhere a hee-haw. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some sheep, E-I-E-I-O, with a ma here and a ma there. Here a ma, there a ma, everywhere a ma. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm he had some frogs. E-I-E-I-O. With a ribbit here and a ribbit there. Here a ribbit, there a ribbit, everywhere a ribbit. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm he had some geese. E-I-E-I-O. With a honk here and a honk there. Here a honk, there a honk, everywhere a honk. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Barbie, I can be a baby doctor. Concept developed for Mattel by Egmont Creative Center by Susan Marenko, based on plots written by Julia Conti, adapted by Kristen L. Depkin, illustrated by Tino Santanach and Joaquin Canizares with Pam Duarte. Barbie is studying to become a baby doctor. She goes to the hospital. She visits babies in the nursery. She will learn to take care of them. Barbie meets Dr. Green. She is a baby doctor. Barbie meets Nurse Kay. She is a baby nurse. They will teach Barbie to take care of babies. Barbie holds a baby boy. He starts to cry. Barbie rocks the baby. He cries and cries. Nurse Kay says the baby is hungry. She gets a bottle. Barbie feeds the baby. He stops crying. The baby is done eating. Nurse Kay shows Barbie how to burp him. Barbie puts the baby on her shoulder. She pats his back. He burps. Barbie smells something funny. The baby has a dirty diaper. Barbie changes the baby's diaper. Later, she gives him a bath. It is time to play. Barbie puts the babies on a mat. She shows them a toy. The babies love it. It is nap time. Barbie and Dr. Green put the babies in their cribs. They wrap the babies in blankets. Soon, all the babies are asleep. Another doctor comes to the nursery. She asks Barbie and Nurse Kay for help. Barbie and Nurse Kay meet a new baby girl. They will take care of the baby while her mom rests. Nurse Kay shows Barbie how to hold the new baby. She is so tiny. Barbie gives the baby her first bath. Barbie dresses the baby. Then Barbie brings the baby to her mom. The mom will feed the baby. Barbie shows the mom how to burp the baby. Dr. Green checks on them. Barbie does a great job. The baby's mom and dad thank Barbie. One day, Barbie will be a great baby doctor. Fly Guy Meets Fly Girl by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy. Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz. Chapter 1. One day, Buzz and Fly Guy were bored. Fly Guy said, "Funzy." "Yeah," said Buzz. "Let's do something fun." Buzz and Fly Guy went for a walk. They played chase. They cooled off in the fountain. A girl was running. A fly was chasing her. "Don't worry," said Buzz. "Flies aren't pests. They are pets." "I know," said the girl. "This is my pet. Her name is Fly Girl." Chapter 2. Buzz said, "This is Fly Guy. He can do tricks." "Fly Girl can do tricks too," said the girl. "Fly Guy eats gross stuff," said Buzz. "Fly Girl eats grosser stuff," said the girl. "Fly Guy can say my name," said Buzz. Buzz. "Fly Girl can say my name too," said the girl. Liz. "Do you want to play on the swings?" said Buzz. "Sure," said Liz. Chapter 3. Fly Guy and Fly Girl sat side by side. Fly Guy said, "Wuzzle, wuzzle." That is fly talk for "you are nice." Fly Girl said, "Wuzzle, wuzzle." That is fly talk for "you are nice too." Wuzzle, 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 wuzza, woozy, woozy, wuzzy, wuzza, wuzza, woozy, wuzzy, wuzzy, wuzzle. Fly Guy and Fly Girl talked and talked. Wuzzle, 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 wuzzy, wuzzy, wuzzle, wuzza, wuzzle. Wuzzle, wuzzle, wuzzy, wuzza, wuzzy, wuzzy, wuzzle, wuzzy. Then Fly Guy said, "Buzz," and Fly Girl said, "Liz." Fly Guy and Fly Girl both said, "Wuzzle, wuzz up." That is fly talk for "let's be friends." "See you soon," said Buzz and Liz. Funsy. "Yeah," said Buzz. "That was fun." Thomas's Opposites book. Illustrated by Richard Courtney. Written by Christy Webster. Thomas the Tank Engine sees opposites all over the island of Sodor. Percy is small. Belle is big. At the quarry, Thomas greets Luke and Paxton. Luke is above. Paxton is below. In the sky, Thomas sees one helicopter. Along the beach, Thomas sees many boats. Harold the helicopter is high in the air. The boats are low in the water. On the way to the docks, Thomas sees Mavis and Diesel. Mavis is near. Diesel is far. At the docks, Thomas sees Cranky and Salty. Salty is short. Salty is also happy. Cranky is tall. Cranky is also grumpy. the sheds, Thomas sees Emily and Toby. Toby is inside. Emily is outside. At the farm, Thomas sees Edward. Edward's first truck is full. Edward's second truck is empty. At the washdown, Thomas sees James and Henry. James is dirty. Henry is clean. Thomas sees Gordon pulling the express. Gordon is going fast. Thomas is going slow. Gordon must go. Thomas has to stop. You've learned all about opposites with your friend Thomas. Here they are again. Near, far. One, many. High, low. Small, big. Above, below. Happy, grumpy. Short, tall. Go, stop. Dirty, clean. Inside, outside. Full, empty. Fast, slow. There are so many opposites to see on the island of Sodor. I Will Take a Nap by Mo Willems. I am tired and cranky. I will take a nap. I like to nap. I am happier when I am rested. I hope I have good dreams. Gerald! Huh? What? Where? When? How? What are you doing? I am trying to take a nap because I am tired and cranky. Plop. And a nap helps if you are cranky? Yes, a nap helps if you are cranky. I am sorry, Piggy. I am very cranky. Now I feel cranky too. Very cranky. Maybe I need a nap. Maybe you do need a nap. I will take a nap too. I like to nap with my special buddy. Ready to nap? Ready to nap. Sleep tight. Snore. Snore, snore, snore. Snore, 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 snore. Snurk, 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 puff. Snore. Yawn. Wow, what a great nap. I feel rested. I Do not feel cranky. How are you? Enjoying your nap, Gerald? I am not enjoying my nap, Piggy. I am not napping. But if you are not napping, how can I be floating? And why is my head a turnip? Good question. I'm a floating turnip head. She's a floating turnip head. She's a floating turnip head. She's a floating turnip head. I'm floating. Also, I have a turnip head. Yawn. Oh, hi, Gerald. Did you have a good nap? I sure did, turnip head. Not Very Merry Pout-Pout Fish by Deborah Dyson. Pictures by Dan Hanna. In a festive ocean corner, fish were decking out the reef, hanging tinsel, bows, and lights in a holiday motif. Voices laughed, voices sang. What a merry time of year! Yet a certain gloomy fish wasn't feeling any cheer. Mr. Fish, with his list, wore a Yuletide pout. I need presents for my friends, but my time is running out. For a gift should be big, and a gift should be bright, and a gift should be perfect, guaranteed to bring delight. And a gift should have meaning, plus a bit of bling zing. So I'll shop till I drop for each just right thing. At the first store he reached, Mr. Fish's eyes grew wide. The shelves were full of baubles. How could any fish decide? Shiny trinkets, handy gadgets, choices more and more galore. And yet nothing seemed quite right. Guess I'll try the shop next door. For a gift should be big, and a gift should be bright, and a gift should be perfect, guaranteed to bring delight. And a gift should have meaning, plus a bit of bling zing. So I'll shop till I drop for each just right thing. In a tizzy-busy crowd, shoppers everywhere beside him, Mr. Fish spied a banner for the season's hottest item. He hustle-bustled over, but they just sold out. Mr. Fish's hopes wobbled in a bout of pout-doubt. For a gift should be big, and a gift should be bright, and a gift should be perfect, guaranteed to bring delight. And a gift should have meaning, plus a bit of bling zing. So I'll shop till I drop for each just right thing. He reached the final store and was very first in line. But his shopping plans were dashed. "We're closed," said the sign. There were no stores left. There was no place to go. Mr. Fish had nothing, not a single gift to show. Oh, a gift should be big, and a gift should be bright, and a gift should be perfect, guaranteed to bring delight. And a gift should have meaning, plus a bit of bling-zing. But I've shopped till I've plopped, and I don't have a thing. Mr. Fish's face sank in a crestfallen frown. I'll have to miss the party. I've let all my friends down. Then a gentle voice jingled, Mr. Fish, not true. All you really need to bring is the one and only you. If you want to give some presents, it is not too late to start, for the best gifts of all come straight from the heart. With the help of Miss Shimmer, sharing laughter, fun, and grins, Mr. Fish made gifts with his very own fins. Later at the party, Mr. Fish passed them out, and he felt very merry. This is what today's about. For his gifts were big, and his gifts were bright, and his gifts were perfect, and they all brought delight. And his gifts had meaning, plus a bit of bling-zing, and his each and every friend loved their just right thing. All were happy, all were laughing, all were talking, all were singing, all were sharing in the season and the goodwill it was bringing. Mr. Fish joined his friends, and he felt his heart lift. They had peace, joy, and love. What a very merry gift! From the author of The Day the Crayons Quit, Drew DeWalt, The Legend of Rock, Paper, Scissors. Pictures by Adam Rex, New York Times bestseller. Long ago, in an ancient and distant realm called the Kingdom of Backyard, there lived a warrior named Rock. Rock was the strongest in all the land, but he was sad because no one could give him a worthy challenge. Rock traveled to the mysterious forest of Over by the Tire Swing, where he met a warrior who hung on a rope, holding a giant's underwear. Drop that underwear and battle me, you ridiculous wooden clip man. I will pinch you and make you cry, Rock Warrior. Rock versus Clothespin. Rock is victorious. Even though he had won, Rock was still unsatisfied. So he journeyed on to the mystical tower of Grandma's favorite apricot tree. There he was met by an odd and delicious fruit. You, sir, look like a fuzzy little butt. What? I'd challenge you to a duel. Then let us battle. Rock versus apricot. I will beat you, Rock, with my tart and tangy sweetness. Rock is victorious. Oh, I am smooshed. And yet smooshing you has brought me no joy. Are you not entertained? They were entertained, but the battle had been too easy. So Rock left the kingdom of Backyard, still in search of a worthy foe. Meanwhile, in the empire of Mom's home office, on lonely and wind-swept Desk Mountain, a second great warrior sought the glory of battle, and his name was Paper. Even though he was the smartest warrior in all the land, he was also sad because no one could outwit him. He set out across Desk Mountain to find his match. There he met a large and square monster. I gobble the likes of you and spit them out every day, little Paper. Oh, then taste my fury, giant box monster. Paper versus computer printer. No, not a paper jam. Paper is victorious. Having beaten the fiercest fighter of Desk Mountain, Paper climbed down to the pit of Office Trash Bin, where he battled the most terrifying horde of creatures in all the land, the half-eaten bag of trail mix. Paper versus half-eaten bag of trail mix. Ah! Foul wizard! He's blotted out the sun! Run for your lives, ladies! Paper wins again. Can no one beat me? And so, with a heavy heart, Paper departed the empire of Mom's home office. At the same time, in the kitchen realm, in the tiny village of Junk Drawer, there lived a third great warrior. They called her Scissors, and she was the fastest blade in all the land. She, too, was unchallenged. On this day, her first opponent was a strange and sticky circle man. Let us do battle, you tacky and vaguely round monstrosity. I will battle you, and I will leave you beaten and confused with my adhesive and tangling powers. Scissors versus roll of tape. Scissors is victorious. Scissors forged on across the kitchen realm to the frigid wastes of refrigerator freezer. There she met her most fearsome adversaries yet, dinosaurs made of frozen breaded chicken. No, wait! No, they don't! Scissors is victorious again. Am I so good that not even dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets can beat me? And so Scissors, like Rock and Paper before her, traveled beyond her own kingdom, seeking out a challenger who was her equal. Then one day, in the great cavern of Two-Car Garage, Rock and Scissors came face to face. I hope you're wearing your battle pants, Rock Warrior. If by battle pants you mean no pants, but I'm willing to fight you, then yes, Yes, I am wearing my battle pants, weird scissory one. Rock versus scissors! An epic and legendary battle ensued, but ultimately, Rock is victorious. You have made me so happy by beating me. I wish I felt your joy, Scissors, for I have yet to meet a warrior who can beat me. Hi there. Those are fighting words. Wait, what? Rock versus paper. This is the best day of my life. Thank you for winning, oh great knight of paper. That's fine for you, but it looks as though no one will ever beat me. Not so fast, paper. Wait, what? Scissors versus paper. You beat me. And the three great warriors hugged each other and danced for joy, and they became fast friends. Finally, they had each met their matches. They were so happy, in fact, that they began to battle again. Round and round they went in the most massive and epic three-way battle of all time. And it is said that this joyous struggle still rages on to this very day. That is why children around the world, in backyards, on playgrounds, and yes, even in classrooms, still honor the three great warriors by playing rock, paper, scissors. Love from the Crayons by Drew DeWall and Oliver Jeffers. Love is red because love comes in all shapes and sizes. Love is purple because love has its own imagination. Love is brown because sometimes love stinks. Love is gray because love can be small and soft or big and strong. Love is white because sometimes love is hard to see. Love is green because love is helpful. Love is yellow and orange because love is sunny and warm. Love is blue because sometimes love is stormy. Love is pink because love can be silly. Love is peach because sometimes love can hide. Love is black because love isn't always bright and colorful. Love is every color. Thomas and Friends, Blue Mountain Mystery, the movie, Risky Rails. Illustrated by Tommy Stubbs. Blue Mountain Quarry was a very busy place. Owen moved equipment up and down the steep walls. Rusty shunted trucks of slate. The quarry engines were smaller and lighter than the other engines and ran on special tracks. Paxton, a visiting diesel, was impressed by the hard-working narrow-gauge engines. Suddenly, with a rumble, Blondin Bridge began to collapse. Rheneas saw the danger ahead and tried to stop, but his heavy load pushed him across the bridge. Rheneas was safe. Everyone was relieved. Then they saw poor Paxton, half buried in stone. He wasn't hurt, but he needed some repairs. Sir Topham Hatt asked Thomas to work in Paxton's place. "I like working with my narrow-gauge friends," he peeped. He chugged off to the quarry, where he was met with whistles of welcome. The work at the quarry was hard, but Thomas enjoyed it. Suddenly, a small green engine darted out of a tunnel. "Hello," Thomas peeped, but the engine rolled into another tunnel without answering. The next morning, Thomas saw the little green engine again. "Who are you?" Thomas asked. The little engine puffed off without answering. Thomas tried to follow. "Go, Luke!" Skarloey cried, as he and the other narrow-gauge engines blocked Thomas. "Who is Luke?" Thomas asked Skarloey. "Why does he run away?" "He hides because long ago he did something very bad," Skarloey said. "He's afraid that if he's found, he'll be sent away from Sodor forever." Thomas promised to keep Luke's secret. Later, Thomas steamed off alone to think. "Don't worry, Luke," he said aloud. "I'll find a way to help you." Someone was watching. The next day, Luke emerged from a tunnel and approached Thomas. "I'm sorry I hid from you," he said. "Will you be my friend?" "I'd like that," Thomas replied. Thomas and Luke worked together at the boulder drop. Thomas asked Luke why he had to hide. They didn't notice that Paxton, who had returned to the quarry, was listening as Luke told his story. "I came to the island of Sodor by boat," Luke began. "There was also a little yellow engine who spoke a strange language. While I was being lifted off the boat, I bumped the yellow engine and he went splashing into the sea." Paxton couldn't believe what he had heard. He raced off to tell Diesel. At that moment, an idea flew into Thomas's funnel. "I know what I'll do," he said. "I'll find out what happened to that little yellow engine. Maybe he's at the diesel works." Thomas was shocked to hear Paxton repeating Luke's story to Diesel. "We have to tell," said Diesel. "Luke will have to leave Sodor forever." Thomas had to find the little yellow engine. He chuffed to the steamworks to talk to Victor. "That engine was me," Victor said. Victor's story about his journey to Sodor matched Luke's, but there was one big difference. "The chains holding my wheels were broken," he said. "That's why I slid into the sea when the green engine bumped me. When Cranky fished me out, I was in a terrible state." "It was an accident?" peeped Thomas. "And you were repaired?" "Yes," said Victor. "I chose to be painted red, a new color for my bright new life." "I have to tell Luke," Thomas said. "Is Luke the little green engine?" asked Victor. Yes, said Thomas, and he needs your help. Later, Diesel and Paxton found Luke at the quarry. Luke rolled up the narrow gauge tracks where Thomas and the other engines couldn't follow. You can't hide now, shouted Diesel. Sir Topham Hatt is coming to kick you off Sodor. Even Thomas can't save you. Yes, I can, Thomas peeped as he sped into the quarry. Rocky and Owen helped Thomas climb all the way up the quarry's walls. But Thomas's wheels were too big for the narrow gauge tracks at the top. They jumped off the rails and Thomas rolled toward the edge of the cliff. Help! Thomas peeped. Just then, Luke came around the bend. Watch out, Thomas! Cried Diesel. He's going to push you off, just like he did that yellow engine. Don't worry, said Luke. I'll pull you back to Owen. And slowly but surely, he pulled Thomas back toward the platform. Luke felt strong. Luke got Thomas safely to Owen's platform, but the two engines weighed too much for Owen. The platform began to drop straight down. Cinders and ashes! Peeped Thomas. Gears whined, sparks flew, but Owen brought Thomas and Luke safely down. Just then, Sir Topham Hatt arrived with Mr. Percival, the narrow gauge controller. They were confused and angry. Then Victor steamed into the quarry. Luke, you didn't push me, he said. It was an accident. Sir Topham Hatt was upset with Diesel. You didn't find out what really happened, he said, and the real story is what matters. Well done, Thomas, said Sir Topham Hatt. Today is a happy day for Mr. Percival and his engines. Thomas has made it a happy day, sir, Luke said. He's my hero and my friend. Thomas and all his friends, new and old, whistled happily. Barbie, a fashion fairy tale. Adapted by Mary Man Kong, based on the original screenplay by Elise Allen. Illustrated by Dynamo Limited. Barbie is on a plane. She is going to Paris. Her pet poodle is going too. They will help Barbie's Aunt Millicent. Millicent is happy to see Barbie, but Millicent is sad too. Her fashion house is closing forever. Jacqueline is a mean dressmaker. She stole Millicent's fashion ideas. Alice is Millicent's helper. She makes pretty dresses. She does not want Millicent's store to close. Barbie and Alice find a secret wardrobe. Glimmer, Shimmer, and Shine come out. They are the fairies. Their magic makes Alice's dress sparkle. Alice and Barbie love it. A lady buys the sparkling dress. Barbie has an idea. They will have a fashion show. They will save Millicent's. Alice and Barbie work hard. They make lovely dresses. The fairies make the dresses extra pretty. Jacqueline wants the fairies to make her dresses sparkle. She and her helper kidnap the fairies. But the fairies do not like Jacqueline's dresses. The magic will not last. Jacqueline plans her own fashion show anyway. Barbie and Alice are done. Millicent loves their dresses. The fairies are trapped. They light up Jacqueline's store. The pets save them. Glimmer, shimmer, and shine are free. Jacqueline starts her fashion show, but the magic stops working. Her fashions turn into trash. The show is a flop. Millicent starts her fashion show. Many people come. Barbie peeks at the crowd. Alice knows Barbie will be a great model. Barbie walks down the runway. The fairies make Barbie's dress glimmer, shimmer, and shine. Millicent's fashion show is a hit. Barbie and her friends thank the fairies. Together, they saved Millicent's fashion house. Idea Jar by Adam Lehrhaupt and Deb Piletti. This is my teacher's idea jar. We keep our story ideas in it. My teacher says a story can be about anything we want. A space robot, a horseless cowgirl, a giant dragon. There's no such thing as a bad story idea. And there are tons of ways to make a story. You can write it. Psst, put a Viking in it. Vikings are cool. Draw it. That ship should be way bigger. Talk it. Then a giant badger knocked on the door and shouted, "Who has my pink dress?" What about a Viking? Everything is better with a Viking. You can even combine ideas to make your story better. Board, Viking. It's important to create stories for your ideas, or else your ideas get rowdy. That can be trouble. When it's part of a story, an idea is happy. Help! We need a story! Right now! Let us out! Meow! Please! Hey! It's crowded in here! But when it's not, oh no, the ideas! This isn't good. Watch out! Those are lasers! Duck! Whoa! Big lizard! Hide! Oh no! Stampede! Run! These ideas need a story. Will you help? Let's start with one idea. Viking. Then weave in another. Viking space robot. That was great. Now we turn things up a notch. Viking, space robot, dragon. Excellent work. Here's the big finish. Horseless cowgirl, dragon, space robot, Viking. Wow, you were awesome. Look how happy they are. Now, everyone, back in the jar. Let's try a story with more ideas next. Yeti, happy, kitty, bicycle, unicorn, octopus, dog, playground, yo-yo. Pete the Cat, Construction Destruction by James Dean. Recess! Pete shouts as the bell rings. But when Pete goes outside to play, oh no! The playground is a disaster. The swings are broken, the slide is rusty, and the sandbox is full of weeds. Pete makes plans for a new playground. Wow, says Principal Nancy. Can you really build that? Not by myself, says Pete. I'm going to need some help. Whatever you need, Pete, it's yours. The next day, Pete arrives at the playground before school. The construction crew is already there. He gives them the go-ahead to tear down the old playground. Rumble, rumble, honk. Down goes the slide. Creak, crash. Down go the swings. Clink, clink. Down goes the tower. Bang, boom. A truck arrives to recycle the metal. Honk, honk. Rumble, rumble, honk, honk. The new playground equipment has arrived. It's time to get to work. The cement mixer will pour concrete. The dump truck will bring sand and dirt. The backhoe will dig. The whole team will get the job done. Clunk, whack, thud. Building a playground is hard work. The new playground is cool, but it's not cool enough. What do you think? Pete asks, holding up his latest plans. It will be too hard to build, says one of the workers. And everything is almost finished, says another. But it will make this the best playground ever, Pete says. Then let's do it, the workers say. Screwdrivers twist in screws. Wrenches tighten the nuts. The workers try to make everything perfect. Hooray! The new playground is ready. Everyone is amazed until creak, creak, creak. Smash, crunch, thud. Oh no, says Principal Nancy as the new playground crashes to the ground. The pieces are all mixed up. Everyone is disappointed, except for Pete. It's not how we planned it, Pete shouts. It's even better. This playground is filled with surprises and places to explore. The school playground is the most amazing playground ever. Sometimes you've got to dare to dream big. Kindness is Cooler, Mrs. Ruler, written by Marjorie Kyler, illustrated by Sachiko Yoshikawa. It was cold. It was rainy, and Mrs. Ruler's class hadn't been outside all week. The students were getting jumpy and grumpy. Anaya and Tawana whispered during story time. David pulled Raquelita's ponytail, and Raquelita stole his hat. Then David grabbed Connor's hat and threw it into the hall. That's enough! Too rough, shouted Mrs. Ruler. The bell rang. It was time for recess. As the kids left, Mrs. Ruler kept Anaya, Tawana, Connor, Raquelita, and David behind. Sit down, don't frown, she said. Now, tell me, why do you think I've kept you in from recess? We were acting up, mumbled Connor. That's right. You were being mean to one another, and you acted as if it's cool to be mean. But it's not. What is a cooler way to act? Raquelita spoke up. Kindness is cooler, Mrs. Ruler, she said. Bravo! A slice of nice makes a mile of smile. You 5 need to practice being kind. During the next few days, I want you to perform 5 acts of kindness for your families. Then, in show and tell, you can share what you did with the rest of the class. David scowled. What if I don't feel like being kind? He asked. Mrs. Ruler smiled. Good deeds fill needs. Count on me, you'll see, she said. The next day, Anaya and Tawana couldn't wait for show and tell. When it was their turn, they ran to the front of the class. We did 10 acts of kindness last night, said Tawana. Before dinner, I made special placemats. I set the table, said Anaya. I drew hearts on the napkins to show Mom we love her, said Tawana. I grated the cheese for the macaroni, said Anaya. I helped make the salad, said Tawana. After dinner, we carried the dishes to the sink, said Anaya. And I loaded the dishwasher, said Tawana. While I took out the garbage, added Anaya. Then I sponged off the table, said Tawana. And I straightened up the chairs, finished Anaya. Mom told us how much she liked our homework. It puts her in such a good mood that we want to do more nice things for her. Bravo, said Mrs. Ruler. 10 kind acts will lead to more. Give me the chalk, and I'll keep score. Then she wrote the twins' deeds on the blackboard. When she was finished, she looked at David. What about you? She asked. Did you practice too? No, said David. I just couldn't get into it. Oh my, please try. Kindness is cooler, said Mrs. Ruler. After school, Raquelita invited Connor over for a play date. She had a new dog and a big family, so there were lots of ways Raquelita and Connor could practice being kind. In show and tell the next day, they shared kindness with the class. We took Puddles for a walk, said Raquelita, and we threw him a ball. I filled his water dish, said Connor, And I gave him some puppy chow, said Raquelita. Puppy chow? Wow, said Mrs. Ruler. Then we built a block tower with my little brother, said Raquelita, and gave Abuelo and Abuelita their canes before they took a walk. We also helped Raquelita's dad carry in groceries from the car, said Connor. And I gave my baby sister her bottle, said Raquelita. I count 8, and 8 is great, said Mrs. Ruler. That's not all, said Connor. When I got home, I took in the mail. I also carried the clean laundry upstairs. Bravo, said Mrs. Ruler. Altogether, you did 10. And how much do the twins' 10 acts and your 10 make? 20, shouted the class. That's right, said Mrs. Ruler. 20 is plenty. But how about you, David? What did you do? Too few for you, said David. The class laughed. I told my brother I liked his haircut, and I let him use my comb. That's all I could think of. Well, that's a good start. Keep doing your part, said Mrs. Ruler. Lauren raised her hand. I'd like to try some acts of kindness when I get home today, too, she said. Okay, hooray, said Mrs. Ruler. Let's turn this into a class project. For the rest of the week, I'd like you to bring in some acts of kindness you've done at home. I'll write your acts on paper hearts and put them on the bulletin board, and I'll also add the ones from the blackboard. More acts of kindness. Put away clothes, vacuumed living room rug, shelved books, let my big brother use my computer, told Dad I liked his shirt, got sister a Band-Aid when she skinned her knee. And more kindness. Cleaned my room, fed goldfish, emptied waste baskets, watered houseplants, put groceries away, drew pictures with my little sister, told my sister that she has nice teeth. The class really came through. We have so many, we'll need another wall, Mrs. Ruler exclaimed. Let's count. 1, 2, 3. The kids counted until they reached 35. Bravo, said their teacher. Now try skip counting by fives. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, shouted the class. That's right. You're bright, said Mrs. Ruler. We should keep going with this project. Now let's try some acts of kindness at school. I'll add those to the wall too. Don't forget, a slice of nice makes a mile of smile. As Mrs. Ruler kept cutting out more hearts, Connor and Pablo tried some school kindness too. They invited David to sit with them at lunch. But when they finished their sandwiches, David took one of Connor's cookies. Hey, quit it, said Connor. He grabbed David's lunch and threw it over his head. Stop, cried Pablo. Don't you remember what Mrs. Ruler said? Good deeds fill needs. David, don't grab. And Connor, you still have 4 cookies. Why don't you share them with David and me? Oops, said Connor. You're right. For a moment, I forgot about being kind. And Connor gave some cookies to his friends. I agree. Here are 3. Yum, said David. I'm going to ask my babysitter to help me make cookies when I get home. And then you can bring them to school, said Pablo, and share them with the whole class, added Connor. And Mrs. Ruler will congratulate me for being extra kind, said David. But I still won't have done as many acts of kindness as everyone else. So think of other things to catch up, said Pablo. David didn't have to think for long. That afternoon, when Caitlin was cleaning the gerbil's cage, the gerbils got loose. One even jumped to the window ledge. Mrs. Ruler hopped on a chair. Eek! Squeak! She cried. Everyone ran for cover. Everyone but David. He chased the gerbils. He scooped them up one by one. Then he set them back where they belonged. Hooray for David! Yelled the class. Your act of kindness was the best, cried Mrs. Ruler. Now go on home and do the rest. She jumped off the chair and added the acts of kindness from that week to the wall. Mrs. Ruler and the class counted up all the hearts. By now, the class had done 70 acts of kindness. That's great, but wait, said Mrs. Ruler. There's more in store. Let's keep going and spread some kindness beyond school. There are lots of kind acts you can do in the community. But we're just little kids, said David. How can we do stuff outside our house and school? I'll ask your parents to work with you on community kindness, and I'll help too, said Mrs. Ruler. All it takes is one simple act. One act of kindness that will make the world a better place. If you act from your heart and do your part, we'll end up with 100 acts of kindness all together. Now the class was really excited, and David was more excited than anyone. A few weeks later, the kids shared their acts of community kindness. Mrs. Ruler added more hearts to the wall. Again, the class counted 1, 2, 3, until they got to 99. Oh no, uh-oh, said Mrs. Ruler. We still need one more. Then she paused and thought for a moment. I know. Let's have a class party. We'll decorate and celebrate 100 acts of kindness, shouted the class. Okay, hooray! Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure, a Little Golden Book. Illustrated by Tommy Stubbs. It was a sunny day on the island of Sodor. A perfect day, Thomas thought, for racing Birdie. You know that Sir Topham Hatt doesn't approve of you racing, Annie said. Nonsense! I'll always be Sir Topham Hatt's #1 engine, Thomas puffed. Thomas raced past Gordon, pulling the coaches faster and faster until he reached a red signal. Thomas gasped as he came to a sudden stop. The coaches flew off the tracks! Sir Topham Hatt was not happy when he heard what Thomas had done. He told Thomas to work on the new branch line. "What about my branch line?" Thomas peeped. A new engine named Ryan rolled up. "I will look after that branch line." Thomas went to work on the new branch line, but he didn't pay attention to the danger signs. Suddenly, the earth crumbled away beneath him. Thomas crashed down into a giant underground cavern. Thomas saw something amazing: an old pirate ship. Rocky pulled the pirate ship up out of the cavern. All the engines wanted to see the buried ship. If there's a buried pirate ship, there must be a buried treasure too, Marion peeped. She made a wish that she would dig up the treasure. Not far off, a mysterious sailor stood in his sailboat. "Stop bobbing about," he commanded. "Sorry," the boat replied. The sailor raised his telescope to watch work on the new branch line. He started to make a plan. That night, Thomas went to the sheds to rest, but Ryan was already there. He invited Thomas in, but Thomas was feeling upset. Thomas rolled away into the night. Then he saw a ghost boat glowing in the dark. Thomas followed the eerie sailboat. A ghostly figure stood on its deck. It glided up to the edge of the hole that led into the cavern. That's when Thomas realized it wasn't a ghost boat. He's got wheels. Thomas introduced himself. "My name is Sailor John," the man said. "And I'm Skiff," the boat said. "We're looking for treasure." Sailor John tied a rope around his waist, and Thomas lowered him into the cavern. "I've found it!" Sailor John exclaimed from the hole. "The treasure?" Thomas asked. "No," the sailor called back. "The map." The sun was rising as Thomas returned to the new branch line. He saw Ryan go to an old hopper to fill up with coal. Thomas knew it was bad coal, but he didn't say anything. Ryan went to fetch some dynamite. His funnel was spitting sparks because of the bad coal. The trucks with the dynamite caught on fire. Thomas pushed the flaming trucks away. They rolled into the giant cavern. The dynamite exploded with a mighty kaboom! Sir Topham Hatt was very upset. He sent Thomas to a siding for the rest of the day. In the afternoon, Marion's shovel uncovered a treasure chest. Her wish had come true. Sailor John was angry. "I haven't searched all this time for someone else to find that treasure," he growled. Skiff was confused. "You always said we would give it to a museum." Thomas returned to the new branch line. Ryan rolled up next to him. "I'm sorry you got in trouble," Ryan peeped. "I should be the one saying sorry." Thomas replied. I should have warned you about the bad coal. That night, Thomas hid behind some sheds near where the treasure was stored. While he waited, he fell asleep. Skiff and Sailor John rolled up to the platform. Sailor John snuck into the office and stole the treasure. Help! Skiff cried. Help! Thomas woke and started to chase them. Thomas raced as fast as he could. His whistle blew a warning to all the nearby trains. Thomas! Skiff shouted. Run me off the rails! I won't mind! Thomas sped up and bumped Skiff. The tiny boat splashed into the harbor. Thomas couldn't stop. He leaped off the rails and fell into the surf. The treasure is too heavy, Skiff cried. Throw it overboard or we'll be sunk. No, shouted Sailor John. Skiff knocked Sailor John into the water. The treasure toppled over too. It sank. The police soon arrived and took Sailor John away. Divers rescued the treasure and delivered it to the museum just in time for the opening of the new branch line. My engines are much more important to me than any treasure, Sir Topham Hatt said, and you, Thomas, are my number one. Pete the Cat, Parents' Day Surprise. Based on the book series by Kimberly and James Dean, adapted by Anne Lamb from the Prime Video episode Parents' Day Surprise, written by Lexi Kohanovitz. Pete and his friends are making pancakes for the Parents' Day breakfast at school. Pete's pancakes look like musical notes. Grumpy covers his with extra syrup to attract flies. Emma makes her pancakes look like painter's palettes. Everyone is having fun, except for Gustavo. What's wrong, Gus? Pete asks. My mama was supposed to be here for the pancake breakfast, Gustavo says, but she is in the military station far away, and a storm is preventing her from coming home. Pete and his pals want to cheer Gus up, so they think of other ways for him to send love to his mama on Parents' Day. I've got a great idea, says Grumpy. Let's make your mama a video. She would love a video, says Gustavo. I've been thinking about writing a song for Mama about how she's a pilot and how she does so much to protect us and how my love for her soars higher than the jet planes she flies. Pete pulls out his guitar. How about a music video? That's a great idea, says Gustavo. Can you all help me? Of course we will, says Callie. I'm so lucky to have such amazing friends, Gus says. Grumpy can't wait to get started. I'll direct, he says. We will set the video in outer space. Everyone has a job to do. Callie collects costumes from the school theater. Sally collects props to be the planets and stars. Emma paints the background scenes. Pete practices his music while Gus writes the lyrics to the song. There's so much Gus wants to say, but it's not coming out quite right. You are the pilot of my life, Mama, and I am the co-pilot, and Poppy is the first officer? This is not what I want to say. Before Gus knows it, everyone is ready to start filming the video. Action! Grumpy shouts. Gus tries to sing and dance, but he's too nervous. The words are coming out all wrong. Cut, says Grumpy. Let's just forget the video, Gus says as he walks away. Pete finds his buddy on the playground. My mama is my hero, says Gus. I just wish she were here for Parents' Day so I could tell her that I'm so proud to be her son. While Gus talks to Pete, his friends film all the nice things he says about his mama. They have a new secret plan that will cheer Gus up. Later, at the Parents' Day pancake breakfast, Gus tells his Poppy about the video. I tried to make a surprise for Mama, Gus says, but it did not turn out well. That's okay, Poppy says. Your mama knows how much you love her. Just then, Grumpy clears his throat. Excuse me, can I have everyone's attention? I want to introduce a little film we made with Gus. Gus realizes they're about to play the video for his mama. But how? He never finished it. Gus's friends work together to finish the video as a surprise for Gus, and it is awesome. Gus's song and video sound amazing. To keep us safe at home, Mama jets across the sky, and I want her to know she makes my spirit fly. I wish the jet you fly would bring you home to me, but I know you protect us all, so we sing gratefully. For all the things you are and all the things you've done, you are my shining star. I'm so proud to be your son. This little tune I'm trying to croon is completely true. Like a red balloon, big as the moon, that's my love for you. When the video ends, everyone at Parents' Day claps and cheers. That was amazing, says Poppy. Your mama will be so surprised. I am very excited for her to see it, says Gus. Do you think she'll like it? Someone answers from behind them. Like it? I love it, Goosty. It's Gustavo's mama. Mama, Gus gasps. How can you be here? You're all the way around the world. The storm cleared and I was able to make it after all. Gus's mama gives him a big hug. I wanted to surprise my two favorite guys, she says. But what a lovely surprise for me. Gustavo introduces his mama to his friends. Gustavo is so proud of you, Grumpy says. Well, I am very proud to be Gustavo's mama, Mama says, pulling Gus and Poppy in for a family hug. Everyone sits down to enjoy the Parents' Day pancakes. Gus can't stop smiling. Pete says, It always feels good to make something for someone you love. Pout-Pout Fish Goes to School by Deborah Dyson. Pictures by Dan Hanna. A long time ago, when Mr. Fish was very small, he headed off to school for the first time of all. With a smooch from his parents and excited for his day, Mr. Fish rushed in. Then he lost his way. The big fish around him knew exactly where to go, finding lockers, finding classes, in a fast, smart flow. Mr. Fish, left behind, with his grin sinking thin, finally stopped at a doorway, and he shyly looked in. The class was doing writing, and most everybody knew it. So he tried to print his name, but he just couldn't do it. So he flub frowned, making blub bubbles. Then he plopped down his pencil and he counted off his troubles. Trouble 1, I'm not smart. Trouble 2, I'll never get it. Trouble 3, I don't belong. So 4, I should forget it. He floated with a frown down the long corridor. Then he sneak peeked a look through another room door. The class was drawing shapes, and most everybody knew it. So he tried to make a rhombus, but he just couldn't do it. So he flub frowned, making blub bubbles. Then he plopped down his pencil and he counted off his troubles. Trouble 1, I'm not smart. Trouble 2, I'll never get it. Trouble 3, I don't belong. So 4, I should forget it. He drifted down the hallway with a doubt face till he spied another doorway. Maybe this was his place. The class was doing math, and most everybody knew it. So he tried long division, but he just couldn't do it. So he flub frowned, making blub bubbles. Then he plopped down his pencil and he counted off his troubles. Trouble 1, I'm not smart. Trouble 2, I'll never get it. Trouble 3, I don't belong. So 4, forget it! He rushed toward the exit. That's enough, I say. School is way too tough, and I'm not going to stay. Then a soft, kind voice said, Don't you fret. You don't have to know things you haven't learned yet. Your classroom awaits. I'm your teacher, Miss Hewitt. I am here to help you learn, and I know that you can do it. You're a fish who is smart. With practice, you will get it. Young fish, you belong. Don't you ever forget it. The student and the teacher swam a splish, splash, swish to a door with a sign marked Brand New Fish. Miss Hewitt said, Good morning. I'm excited you're all here. Together we will have a spectacular year. Fact 1. You are smart. Fact 2. You can get it. Fact 3. You belong. So 4. Don't forget it. The class got to work, and Miss Hewitt helped them through it. They listened, then they tried, and everyone could do it. Mr. Fish gave a grin. Goodbye, Blub Bubbles. No more doubt, doubt, worry. No more flub, flub troubles. He swam with his class, Miss Hewitt by his side, as the students and their teacher said with confidence and pride. Fact 1. We are smart. Fact 2. We can get it. Fact 3. We belong. And 4. We won't forget it. Hooray for Fly Guy by Ted Arnold. For my alma mater, the University of Florida, and our great sports teams. Go Gators! A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy. Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz! Chapter 1. Fly Guy went with Buzz to play football. Coach said, "We need one more player for the big game." Buzz said, "Fly Guy can play." Coach laughed. "Flies can't play football." Buzz said, "Fly Guy, show him what you can do." Fly Guy kicked the ball. Fly Guy went out for a pass. Fly Guy tried to tackle Buzz. "I was right," said Coach. "Flies can't play football, but he can come to the game." Chapter 2. It was the day before the big game. Buzz made a helmet for Fly Guy. They played football, they did jumping jacks, they planned a secret play, they made up a touchdown dance. They went to the big game. Coach said, "A new player joined our team." Fly Guy sat on the bench. The game started. His team scored. Fly Guy cheered. The other team scored. Fly Guy worried. The other team scored a lot. Chapter 3. Finally, there was 1 second left in the game. The other team was ahead. They were about to score again. And the new player was hurt. Coach said, "Okay, Fly Guy, you can play now. The game is lost anyway." Buzz said, "It's time for our secret play." Fly Guy went to the line. The other team snapped the ball to their quarterback. Fly Guy flew fast and straight. He flew right up the quarterback's nose. The boy dropped the ball. Buzz picked it up and ran. Achoo! He scored! Fly Guy and Buzz did their touchdown dance. The team cheered. We won! Hooray for Fly Guy! I am invited to a party by Mo Willems. Gerald! Look! I am invited to a party! Cool. It is cool. Will you go with me? I have never been to a party. I will go with you. I know parties. Party! 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 Wait. What if it is a fancy party? We must be ready. Really? I know parties. He knows parties. Zip, zap. Zap, zip. Is this fancy? Very fancy. Party! 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 Wait! What if it is a pool party? A fancy pool party? We must be ready! Zip, zap. Zap, zip. How is this? We will make a splash. Party, 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 party. Wait! What if it is a costume party? A fancy pool costume party? We must be ready! He had better know parties. Zap, zip. Now can we go to the party? Yes, now we are ready. Well, that is a surprise. You do know parties. Party, 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 party. Be Kind by Pat Zietlow Miller, illustrated by Jen Hill. Tanisha spilled grape juice yesterday. All over her new dress. Everyone laughed. I almost did too, but Mom always tells me to be kind, so I tried. I don't think it worked. I said, "Purple is my favorite color." I thought Tanisha would smile, but she ran into the hall instead. When she came back, snack time was over. She put on her art smock and didn't look at anyone. I almost told Tanisha that art was my favorite class, but I didn't want her to leave again. So I painted purple splotches and added some green until I had a bunch of beautiful violets. While I painted, I thought about Tanisha. Should I have handed her my napkin? Let her borrow my sweatshirt? Spilled my juice so everyone stared at me instead? What does it mean to be kind anyway? Maybe it's giving, making cookies for Mr. Rinaldi who lives alone, letting someone with smaller feet have my too tight shoes. He might win races in them too. Maybe it's helping, putting dirty dishes in the sink, cleaning up after Otis, our class guinea pig. He's a messy eater. Maybe it's paying attention, telling Desmond I like his blue boots, asking the new girl to be my partner, listening to Aunt Franny's stories, even the ones I've heard before. Being kind should be easy, like throwing away a wrapper or recycling a bottle, or saying, "Thank you, bless you." My mom says the quickest way to be kind is to use people's names. Hey Kayla, what's new Omar? Good afternoon, Rabbi Mandelbaum. Being kind can be hard too, even when you know what to do. Teaching someone something I'm good at is tricky, even when I'm patient. And sticking up for someone when other kids aren't kind is really hard and really scary. Maybe I can't solve Tanisha's grape juice problem. Maybe all I can do is sit by her in art class and paint this picture for her because I know she likes purple too. Maybe I can only do small things, but my small things might join small things other people do, and together they could grow into something big. Something really big, so big that all our kindness spills out of our school, spreading throughout town, travel across the country, and go all the way around the world. Right back to Tanisha and me, so we can be kind again and again and again. Barbie, the Pearl Princess. Adapted by Kristen L. Dumpkin, based on the screenplay by Sidney Clark and Stephen Granite, illustrated by the Occult Design Group, a golden book. In the underwater kingdom of Segundia, a beautiful mermaid princess was born with the royal gift of pearl magic. She could make pearls move, dance, and glow in different colors without even touching them. The king and queen were thrilled to have a daughter, but the king's brother-in-law, Caligo, was not happy. Caligo had hoped that his son, Fergus, would one day inherit the throne. But the birth of the princess meant that Fergus was no longer the rightful heir. And so Caligo came up with an evil plan. Caligo ordered a mean old mermaid named Skyla to do away with the Princess Merbaby. When Skyla snuck into the nursery, however, she instantly fell in love with the baby and decided to save her. She took her far away from the kingdom and the dangerous Caligo. The king and queen were heartbroken. Caligo was pleased that his plan had worked, or so he thought. Skyla named the merbaby Lumina and secretly raised her as her own. Before long, the princess grew into a beautiful young mermaid. Lumina had no idea about her past, but her pearl powers became stronger every day. She loved creating magical pearl hairstyles for her seahorse friend Kuda. The two would dress up and pretend they were royalty. "Do you think we'll ever get to see the castle?" Lumina said to Kuda one day. "Maybe someday," replied Kuda. Meanwhile, at the castle, Caligo was trying to convince the king and queen to give Fergus the Pearl of the Sea, a royal medallion that would make him the kingdom's next ruler. Caligo didn't care that Fergus was a shy young man who only dreamed of becoming a botanist. The king and queen were hesitant, but Caligo convinced them that the kingdom was in need of an heir. "Perhaps it is time," said the queen. The king agreed. The next step of Caligo's wicked plan was in motion. The following day, Murray, an eel who worked for Caligo, arrived in Skyla's cave. Murray told Skyla the king would toast Fergus with a cup of mareberry nectar, and Caligo wanted Skyla to poison it. "Do it, or I'll tell everyone how you did away with the princess," Murray threatened. The eel gave Skyla an invitation to the royal ball. "It's Saturday at the castle." Just then, Lumina came in. "What about the castle?" she asked eagerly. Skyla looked nervously from Lumina to Murray. "And who is this?" asked Murray. Skyla explained that Lumina was her niece, then hurried Murray out of the cave. The eel slithered away, intrigued. "Did he mean the royal castle?" asked Lumina when Murray left. "Are you going there? Can I go? Please?" "Absolutely not," replied Skyla as she packed a bag. "It's far too risky for a young girl. I'll be back in a few days." She kissed Lumina goodbye and headed out the door. A little while later, Lumina found an envelope on the table. It was the invitation to the ball. Skyla had left it behind. Lumina turned to Kuda. "Skyla can't get into the royal ball without this. It's our duty to go after her all the way to the castle if we have to. This is our big chance." Kuda protested, but Lumina was determined. Before long, they were swimming toward the castle. Lumina and Kuda were passing through a dark kelp forest when they suddenly heard a roar. A large, spiky fish jumped out at them. His name was Spike, and he was a stonefish. "You'd better move it," he warned. "Each of my poisonous spikes means a terrible, horrible end for you." Lumina had a feeling Spike was being mean because he was lonely. She believed in leaving things better than she found them, so she quickly waved her hand. Magical pearls zipped out of a pouch she kept around her waist and landed on each of the fish's sharp spikes, making them safe. "Now what am I supposed to do?" cried Spike sadly. "Just be nicer," said Lumina. "Once no one's afraid of you, I bet you'll have loads of friends." "We're heading to the city. There's lots of fish there. You could practice being friendly to them." The three friends swam off together and soon spotted magnificent buildings twinkling in the distance. "The castle!" Lumina cried. They had arrived in Seagundia. Once they got closer, they could see that the kingdom was full of skyscrapers with shiny spiral tops. Merfolk swam in all directions in the bustling city. Suddenly, Lumina spotted Skyla crossing the street. Lumina reached into her bag for the invitation to the ball, but she couldn't find it. "Uh-oh," she said. "I must have lost it in the kelp." "She'll be angry we left the reef," said Kuda. "Come on." She pulled Lumina into a nearby shop before Skyla could see them. As soon as they were inside, Lumina felt a giant tentacle grab her. She looked around to discover that she was in a beauty salon. The owner, Madame Ruckus, was a dazzling octopus with a fancy hairdo, and she thought Lumina was her new stylist. "This way, sweetie," said Madame Ruckus. "I'll get you all set up." She yanked Lumina past manicure and telecure stations and brought her to a styling chair. "Here's your first customer," Madame Ruckus said. She sat a young mermaid in Lumina's chair and then whirled away to answer the phone. Lumina didn't want to disappoint her first client. She grabbed a handful of pearls from her pouch and magically arranged them in the mergirl's hair. "I love it!" cried the mergirl when Lumina was done. Everyone else in the salon loved the hairdo too, and soon they were all asking for one-of-a-kind styles. Lumina had a job. Back at the castle, Murray told Caligo that Skyla had a niece. The eel also showed Caligo something he had found in Skyla's cave, a bracelet that had once belonged to the baby princess. Suspicious, Caligo gave Murray an order: "Find that girl." The next day at the salon, Madame Ruckus told everyone that they were invited to the royal ball. Lumina couldn't believe it. She had always wanted to visit the castle and see real royalty, and now she was going to the royal ball that night. There was just one problem. "What are we going to wear?" asked the other stylists at the salon. Lumina and her friends went shopping for ball gowns, but there weren't many left. Lumina knew she could make things a little better than they found them. "I think we could do a lot with what's here," she suggested. "Add some ribbons, a few flowers, a little braid, and presto, our very own original styles." Lumina was so busy helping the others, she returned to the salon without a gown for herself. "Ladies, grab everything you can find here that's made of fabric," ordered Madame Ruckus. Cora and Sandrine, two other hairstylists, gathered drapes and shampoo capes and worked hard on a gown for their new friend. Several hours later, the royal ballroom was filled with merfolk. The seashell chandelier glittered over the marble dance floor, where Cora and Sandrine were dancing with their friends. An ornate throne had been set up at the head of the room for the king and queen. Even Spike was there, his pearl-tipped spikes a hit with the crowd. Suddenly, everyone gasped. Lumina had appeared at the top of a grand staircase, her pink gown shimmering with pearls. She looked stunning. "Girl sure knows how to make an entrance," said Sandrine. Everyone noticed Lumina, especially Caligo. He quickly realized that Lumina was the girl he had been looking for, the long-lost princess. Caligo whisked her off to a dungeon so that she couldn't interfere with his plans, but Lumina quickly used her pearl powers to escape. As she made her way back to the ballroom, she heard Skyla's voice. "Your nectar for the toast, sir," Skyla said. Lumina was stunned when she discovered that Skyla had prepared poisoned nectar for the king. "I don't know what to believe," Lumina told Kuda when they met up. "We've got to help." Moments later, the king and queen took their places on the throne. The king presented the Pearl of the Sea to Fergus. Skyla handed the cup of poisoned nectar to the king as he prepared to give a toast. "To the future ruler of Segundia," said the king. "To Fergus." "No!" Skyla shouted when the king raised his cup. She rushed toward him, but guards held her back. Just then, Lumina burst in and knocked the cup out of the king's hand. The crowd gasped. "Arrest her!" Caligo ordered the guards. "Let her go!" cried Skyla. "She saved the king!" Skyla began to explain that Caligo had ordered her to poison the king's drink. Caligo stopped her by plucking a pearl from one of Spike's poisonous spikes and pushing Skyla right into its tip. "Aunt Skyla!" screamed Lumina. Lumina began to cry. She turned to Spike. "There must be an antidote," she pleaded. "The sulfur lily," said Spike sadly. "But it's extremely rare. I've never even seen it." "There's one right here," said a voice. It was Fergus. He had a sulfur lily in his flower collection. "You fool!" shouted Caligo. "You can be king." "I don't want to be king," replied Fergus. "I want to be a botanist." Lumina was about to put the sulfur lily on Skyla's wound when Caligo ordered his guards to capture them both. "Don't you touch her!" shouted Lumina. She closed her eyes and summoned every pearl in the room. They whooshed through the crowd and formed a swirling pearl tornado, stopping Caligo's guards. As Fergus knelt down to give Skyla the sulfur lily petals, the king and queen looked at each other. Lumina's pearl powers could only mean one thing. She was their daughter. "Aunt Skyla, please stay with me," urged Lumina. Slowly, the old woman's eyes began to open. She smiled at Lumina. Then she pointed to Caligo. "It was him," said Skyla. "He's the one who ordered me to poison your majesty." "The old hag is delusional," shouted Caligo as he began to move toward the exit. Lumina waved her arms and hundreds of pearls whirled around the villain, blocking his escape. "Guards!" shouted the king and pointed to Caligo and his henchmen. "Lock up these traitors." Then the king turned to Lumina. "You have the royal gift, the pearl magic. Could you be our daughter?" the queen asked. Lumina looked at them in confusion. "She is," said Skyla. "Years ago, Caligo paid me to do away with her, but I couldn't do it, so I raised her instead, away from him. I'm so sorry." "In that case, this belongs to Lumina," said Fergus, and he placed the Pearl of the Sea around Lumina's neck. Lumina's tail magically glowed blue to pink, then purple to a glistening gold. Then her dress transformed into a pearlescent pink gown, and a sparkling pink tiara appeared on her head. The crowd cheered. "Welcome home," said the king. Lumina couldn't have been happier. She had been reunited with her mother and father and had a royal palace to live in. Skyla and Kuda could even come to live with her. She felt like a princess inside and out. "Music, please," called the king, and the band began to play again. Princess Lumina danced the night away with her family and friends, old and new. Pete the Cat, Cave Cat Pete, by James Dean. Cave Cat Pete wakes up early. The sun is shining, the birds are singing. Today is going to be a great day, Pete thinks. But then Pete's bed starts to shake. His friend Vinny the Velociraptor is coming to visit. "It's a perfect day for a picnic," says Vinny. "What a great idea," says Pete. "Who should we invite?" "Everyone!" Vinny yells. "Right on," says Pete. Pete loves picnics. He heads out to invite all his friends. First, Pete finds his good friend Ethel, the Apatosaurus. To get her attention, Pete climbs all the way up to the top of the tallest tree. "Would you like to come to a picnic?" Pete asks. "I'd love to," says Ethel. "What can I bring?" "How about a really big salad?" Pete suggests. "What a great idea," says Ethel. "I'm on it." Pete wanders along the river. He sees T-Rex. T-Rex plays guitar. T-Rex is awesome. "Hey, T-Rex," Pete yells. "Want to come to a picnic?" "Sweet," says T-Rex. "Can I bring my guitar?" "Definitely," says Pete. "We can jam." "Count me in," says T-Rex. "Okay, if I bring Al the Allosaurus, he's a whiz on the drums." "The more the merrier," says Pete. Pete sees his friend Terry the pterosaur in the sky. "Hi, Pete," she calls. Pete invites Terry to the picnic too. "Would you mind giving me a lift?" Pete asks. "Sure," says Terry. "Climb aboard." Pete sees the spiked tail of his main man, Skip, the Stegosaurus. "How are you feeling today, Skip?" Pete asks. Skip has been sick with the sniffles. "Better," says Skip. "Thanks for asking." "You up for a picnic?" "I think so," says Skip. "I'd hate to miss the fun." It's almost time for the picnic. Cave Cat Pete rushes through the forest. He doesn't want to be late. Whoops! Pete trips over Trini the Triceratops. "We're playing hide and seek," she says, before Pete can ask what she was doing. "I think I hid a little too well." "How long have you been there?" asks Pete. What's today?" asks Trini. "Well, all the dinosaurs are going to be at the picnic grounds. Want to come?" Pete asks. "What a great idea! Maybe somebody there will play hide and seek with me." It's time for the picnic. Vinny and Ethel are setting up the picnic tables. T-Rex and Al are warming up to play some tunes. Terry and Trini are playing hide and seek. Even Skip seems to be enjoying himself. It doesn't get any better than this, Pete says. T-Rex comes over then. Hey, Pete, he asks. Is there anything else to eat? I'm a carnivore. I don't eat salad. Trini comes over. Terry is cheating at hide and seek. She's flying all around and peeking. Skip comes over. I don't feel so good, he says, and he sneezes. The dinosaurs all start to argue. The picnic will be ruined if Pete doesn't do something. He leans over to Al and says, Can you give me a beat? Pete takes out his guitar and he starts to sing. Before long, everyone is having a great time. You know, T-Rex tells Ethel, I've never actually tried salad before. Try it, says Pete. I bet you'll like it. T-Rex tastes the salad. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yum, says T-Rex. This salad is delicious. Everyone grabs a plate and digs in. Everyone decides to play hide and seek. Pete is happy that everyone is getting along. He feels lucky to have such great friends. This was the best picnic ever. Everyone agrees. It was the best picnic because you guys are the best friends ever, Pete says, and no one can argue with that. Measuring Penny by Laureen Leedy. For Joyce, who will go the extra mile. My name is Lisa, and my teacher says our next big homework project is to measure something. Mr. Jason says we can measure anything, like a sofa, a television set, or a doll. Measuring homework, due next Tuesday. Number 1, choose something to measure. Number 2, measure it in as many ways as you can. Height, width, length, weight, volume, temperature, time. Record your results. Include at least one comparison. It is taller than or heavier than, etc. Remember, a measurement always has 2 parts, a number and a unit. For example, I am 6 feet tall. Which units can you use? Here are some examples. Standard units: inches, feet, yards, centimeters, meters, teaspoons, cups, gallons, pounds, minutes, etc. Non-standard units: paper clips, bricks, frogs, marbles, pencils, toes, etc. Use your imagination. How tall, how heavy, how small. Measuring helps us to understand the world. When I got home today, my dog Penny jumped all over me as usual. Wow! I could measure Penny for my homework. She is a Boston Terrier and is bigger than a pug and smaller than a Cocker Spaniel. She's about the size of a Shetland sheepdog. Penny, please stop drooling. Come on, Penny. I'll get a ruler and we'll run over to the park. Look at all the dogs out here today. Hey, get down. I can't believe how many dogs live around here. Fine, I'll measure some of you too. we're supposed to use a standard unit. So let me use inches to see how long your noses are. Stop licking my face. Shetland sheepdog, 4 inches. Penny, 1 inch. Pug, 1/2 inch. Penny's measurements. Nose, 1 inch. Unit, inch. Tail, length, equals 1 dog biscuit. Unit, dog biscuit. I'll measure your tails with a non-standard unit. Dog biscuits. Will you please hold still? Penny has the shortest tail. 1 dog biscuit. The fox terrier's tail, 4 dog biscuits. Mixed breed, 6 dog biscuits. Greyhound, 10 dog biscuits. I'll measure your ears with another non-standard unit. Cotton swabs. Don't wiggle so much. Pug, 1/2 swab. Penny, 1 swab. Basset hound, 3 swabs. Penny's ear, length equals 1 swab. Unit, cotton swab. Let's see how wide your paw prints are. I'll turn over my ruler and measure with another standard unit, centimeters. Mixed breed, 5 centimeters. Dachshund, 2.5 centimeters. Penny, 3 centimeters. Cocker Spaniel, 4 centimeters. Penny's paw print, width equals 3 centimeters. Unit, centimeter. I want to see how tall you are. Everybody sit. Dachshund, 12 inches or 1 foot. Cocker Spaniel, 24 inches or 2 feet. Greyhound, 36 inches or 3 feet. Mixed breed, 48 inches or 4 feet. And Penny, 18 inches, 1.5 feet. Penny's height, 18 inches, unit, inch. 12 inches equals 1 foot. Penny is 1.5 feet tall. 3 feet equals 1 yard. Penny is 1/2 a yard tall. Let's see how high you can jump. Penny can jump up to my waist. I could use myself to measure with over my head. The greyhound jumped. The fox terrier jumped shoulder high. Penny jumped waist high. The basset hound jumped knee high. The Shetland sheepdog jumped chest high. And it looks like the pug and the dachshund did not want to jump. Penny's jump, as high as my waist. The unit, me. There is no scale here in the park, so I can't weigh anything. Wait, I could use the seesaw to see how heavy Penny is compared with the other dogs. The seesaw is down on Penny's end, so she is heavier than the pug. Weight comparison. Penny is heavier than the pug, lighter than the Cocker Spaniel, same as the Shetland sheepdog. Now Penny's end is up because she is lighter than the Cocker Spaniel. The seesaw is balanced, so she weighs about the same as the Shetland sheepdog. You look thirsty, Penny. We'd better go home and get you a drink. See you later, everybody. Let's stop in the bathroom so I can weigh you. Get on the scale. You're exactly 16 pounds. Now let's go to the kitchen for your drink. Penny's weight, 16 pounds. Unit, pound. Mr. Jason says volume is the amount of space something fills, like water in a cup. So what volume of water do you want? A cup, a pint, a quart, or a gallon? Maybe a tablespoon or teaspoon? You drank a cup of water already today, and I'll give you another cup now. I suppose you're hungry too. No, you can't have the whole bag of dog food. I'll give you half a cup. Drinking water per day, 1 to 3 cups. Food per day, 1 cup dry, half cup canned. Unit, cup. Sometimes Dad and I make homemade dog biscuits. We measure the ingredients so they taste good, at least to you-know-who. I'm going to follow Penny around all day Saturday to measure how much time I spend taking care of her. I'll make a poster for this part. Penny's schedule: 6 a.m., wake up. 6 to 7, patrol house. 7 o'clock, bark to wake up everybody. 7:05, take quick walk. 7:10, eat breakfast. 7:20, beg for scraps. 8 o'clock, howl when mom goes out. 8:10, take nap. 8:45, nibble dog biscuits. 12 noon, eat lunch. 12:15, take nap. 1 o'clock, gnaw bone. 1:15, investigate weird noise in basement. 2 o'clock, snooze for a while. 2:30, bark, run in circles. 2:35, go for a long walk. 3:45, carry newspaper in. 4 o'clock, watch cartoons. Taking care of Penny, how much time does it take? Every day, feeding her, 10 minutes. Brushing her, 15 seconds. She has short hair. Walking her, 5 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the afternoon, 10 minutes at night. Playing with her, half hour to 1 hour. Weekly, giving her a bath, 15 minutes to 1 hour. Clipping her toenails, 5 minutes. Units, hours, minutes, and seconds. I'll measure how quickly Penny can run to different places. She can get from her bed to the kitchen in 6 seconds. Penny's times: her bed to her dish, 6 seconds. Across the backyard, 4 seconds. Around the block, 5 minutes. To the park, 7 minutes. To my bus stop, 15 seconds. Units, minutes, and seconds. Temperature is important to Penny. She doesn't like things that are too hot or too cold. Penny likes to go on longer walks when the weather is nice. In fact, you can almost tell the temperature outside just by looking at her. Penny the thermometer. 80 degrees, 60 degrees, 40 degrees, 20 degrees, 0 degrees. Unit, degrees Fahrenheit. The last thing I'm going to measure Penny with is money. Mom looked through her checkbook to help me figure this out. We decided Penny is kind of expensive, but she's worth a lot too. Cost of having Penny: to buy puppy, $275. Food for 1 year, $400. Vet, 1 year, $120. Toys, collar, etc., $75. Units, dollars and cents. The value of having Penny: as a burglar alarm, $1,000. As an exercise machine, $500. As entertainment, $20 a day. For love, $1 million. Units, dollars and cents. I'm sure Mr. Jason will give me a good grade on this measuring project. Penny, maybe we should change your name to Million. King of the Railway, the Lost Crown of Sodor. It was a busy day at Brendam Docks. Thomas and Percy were shunting trucks. One of the trucks bashed into Percy's buffer and tipped over. A crate fell out and split open. "Look," peeped Percy. "It's a metal man, a robot." "Silly," Cranky grumbled. "It's a suit of armor, like a knight used to wear." "Cranky's right," said Sir Topham Hatt. "In the old days, the island of Sodor was ruled by kings. The most beloved was King Godred. He lived in Ulfstead Castle and wore a golden crown. The crown disappeared long ago." Sir Topham Hatt said that the ruins of Ulfstead Castle could be seen on the Earl of Sodor's estate. The next morning, Thomas delivered a crate to the Earl's estate. There he met Millie, the Earl's narrow-gauge engine. "If only I had King Godred's golden crown," the Earl said sadly. Over the next few days, Thomas, James, and Percy made many deliveries to the Earl's estate. Thomas saw his friend, Jack the Digger, there. "I'm helping the Earl restore Ulfstead Castle," Jack puffed. "So that's his plan," whistled Thomas. When Thomas, Percy, and James were shunting containers, Thomas saw a flatbed holding a very large crate. The Earl said it was a special delivery for the steamworks. He climbed into Thomas's cab, and the three friends pulled the crate to the steamworks. When they got there, a gantry crane lifted the crate to reveal an old engine named Stephen. His wood was worn, and he had rust holes in his boiler. He hadn't run in years. "Surprise!" the old engine peeped. Victor said that he'd have Stephen fixed up in no time. The Earl told Thomas he had a special job for Stephen, but it's best not to say anything. "I won't say a word," said Thomas. "I promise." Victor worked quickly. Soon Stephen was good as new. "You look really useful again," Thomas peeped. Stephen had told the engines about his early days. "I worked so fast, they called me the Rocket," he said. But what job would he do now? As the others rolled away to work, Thomas saw that Stephen looked sad. So Thomas broke his promise and told Stephen that the Earl had a special job for him. Stephen was very excited. Thomas, James, and Percy steamed to the Earl's estate. Inside the castle walls, they were amazed to see a giant platform on rails. The Earl called it the Traveler. "You three will move the Traveler into place for the men. You must be careful to keep the platform stable." Meanwhile, Stephen wanted to know about his special job, so he rolled off to Brendam Docks. "There's no work here for an old engine like you," Cranky said. Next, Stephen went to Blue Mountain Quarry. "We can always use help," Luke peeped. But the trucks Stephen tried to pull were too heavy. He steamed and strained, but they wouldn't move. "When I worked in a mine, the trucks weren't this heavy," said Stephen. "Are there any mines around here?" Skarloey told him there was an old mine near the castle ruins. "I don't think anyone works there now," he said. Stephen found the entrance to the abandoned mine. He sighed. There's no job on this island for me. Nearby, Thomas was working with the troublesome trucks. Suddenly, the trucks slipped loose and roared down the hill, right towards Stephen. Stephen had no choice but to push into the mine. His funnel hit the roof and fell off. Rocks crashed down behind him, sealing up the entrance. Stephen searched for a way out. He crept around dark bends and through empty tunnels, but the tracks just went in circles. The only thing he found was an old wooden crate. Thomas and Percy searched for Stephen at the entrance to the old mine. Thomas saw something familiar lying on the ground. It was Stephen's funnel. Thomas chuffed away to get Jack the digger. Jack cleared the mine entrance and Thomas raced in. "Stephen! Stephen!" he peeped. Stephen heard Thomas, but he was too weak to move or even whistle. Finally, Thomas turned a corner and saw a welcome sight. Thomas pushed Stephen out of the mine. The Earl was there to greet them. "I found a big wooden chest in the mine," Stephen said. "Wonderful!" the Earl exclaimed. "But first we must get you ready for tomorrow. You are an engine with a special job to do." The next day, an excited crowd gathered around Ulfstead Castle. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, engines and coaches," said the Earl. "Let me introduce my special steam engine, Stephen. He and Millie will be happy to show you the grounds." Stephen's new funnel glittered like gold. It reminded Thomas of something. "Stephen found something I thought was lost forever," the Earl said. "King Godred's long-lost crown." Thomas realized what Stephen's funnel looked like. A crown. The engines cheered for Stephen. He wasn't the fastest or the strongest, but he was really useful. And today he was a king. Chocolate milk, por favor. Celebrating Diversity with Empathy by Maria Dismondi, illustrated by Donna Farrell. Johnny was walking into school when he first saw the new kid. "What a baby," he thought, as the boy cried and held his mother's hand. She whispered something to him, words that sounded different to Johnny. Delicioso!" The boy smacked his lips as his mother handed him a chocolate milk. "Let's welcome Gabe to our classroom family. He will not understand our words at first. Think about what you can do to help him," Johnny's teacher announced with a smile. Johnny didn't smile. He didn't like boys who cried. At reading time, Gabe sat next to Johnny. Johnny pulled his book close to his chest. "I'm not sharing with him," he thought. "Cry baby," whispered Johnny to Gabe. Gabe didn't say a word. It was lunchtime. Gabe whispered to the lunch aide. "Leche con chocolate, por favor?" The boy behind him announced, "I think he wants a chocolate milk." Johnny watched his friend help Gabe and spoke up. "Look, he's not like us. He can't even order lunch." Johnny sat and enjoyed his lunch while Gabe sat alone, drinking his chocolate milk. During recess, Johnny spotted Gabe doing a tricky soccer move he had been trying to master for weeks. He just couldn't do it. "Join our team," a girl shouted to Gabe. Gabe didn't move until she motioned for him to come over. Gabe waved over to Johnny before running to the field, but Johnny ignored him. The team high-fived their new teammate. "Well, look at him. He thinks he's so cool," Johnny told himself as he blinked back tears. "I won't be a crybaby." Johnny's jaw dropped. Why were they being nice to Gabe? What fun was he when he couldn't even talk? All week, Johnny watched Gabe from a distance. Gabe came to school every day. He still never said anything, but was trying new things. By the end of the week, Johnny sat alone at lunch. Gabe was surrounded by boys and girls laughing and sharing with him. At recess that day, Gabe kicked the soccer ball over to Johnny. Johnny shook his head no. Gabe did the tricky move anyhow. "It's so hard. How do you do it?" Johnny asked. Gabe showed him the move over and over again. Finally, Johnny did it. "Yes!" he shouted. Gabe beamed and patted him on the back. As Johnny walked back to the school, Gabe silently by his side, something clicked for him. He got it. That horrible feeling of being frustrated and wanting to cry because he couldn't get the soccer move, that's how Gabe must have felt learning a new language. "I did it. I finally got the tricky move, and Gabe is getting it too," Johnny believed. The next morning, Gabe was walking into school when Johnny waved to him. "Hi," he said, handing Gabe a carton of chocolate milk. "I know it's your favorite," Johnny added. "Thank you," Gabe replied. Johnny and Gabe both smiled. Today would be a great day. Johnny learned that actions speak louder than words. He understood that to have a friend is first to be a friend. And having a friend meant the world to Johnny. The Real Gabe. This story is fiction, but based on an experience I shared with my first grader, Gabe. Gabe showed courage and strength as he transitioned into an English-speaking environment, moving to the United States for his father's work just days prior to the start of school. My students were amazing in helping Gabe adjust to his new school. They respected each other's differences and learned from them. We made it a point to celebrate the diversity in our classroom family. I believe acts of kindness are worth more than 1,000 kind words. It's true. I witnessed it firsthand. I Love My New Toy by Mo Willems. Hi, Piggy. What are you doing? Look at my new toy! I love my new toy. What does it do? I have no idea. Maybe it's a throwing toy. I love throwing toys. Here, try it. Yes. Nice throw. Thanks. Here it comes. Zoom! Break! I broke your toy. You broke my toy. My new toy! I am mad! And sad. I am mad and sad! I am sorry. You are sorry? Very sorry. I do not care. My new toy is broken. And you broke it. Cool. You have a break and snap toy. Snap. That is a fun toy. Enjoy. Break. Snap. Break. Snap. Do you want to play with my new toy? No. Why do you not want to play with my new toy? I do not want to play with your new toy. I want to play with you. Friends are more fun than toys. You're it. No, you are. Pete the Cat, 5 Little Pumpkins by James Dean. Five little pumpkins. Sitting on a gate, the first one said, "Oh my, it's getting late." The second one said, "There are witches in the air." The third one said, "But we don't care." The fourth one said, "Let's run and run and run." The fifth one said, "I'm ready for some fun." Hoo-hoo went the wind, and out went the lights. And the 5 little pumpkins rolled out of sight. Happy Halloween! Pout-Pout Fish and the Bully Shark by Deborah Dyson. Pictures by Dan Hanna. Deep in the ocean, on a warm, gentle day, bubbled lots of lovely laughter and the sounds of happy play. Mr. Fish, his pals and buddies, were together at the park, having fun and feeling welcome, when along came a shark. The shark showed his teeth, and he growled as he swam. "Move aside, micro fishies. It's my turn. Scram!" Mr. Fish shrank back, and he felt very strange. The bright morning tilted, and the park began to change. The friends all around him seemed to shrink back too. Mr. Fish's face flattened. "Oh, I don't know what to do." Shark acted badly. "Being mean is wrong, but I'm just one fish. Am I really that strong?" The water slowly calmed, and the friends found their way back to laughter-filled frolic and a cheery, cheery day. But the shark came round again, and he used a bad name. He shouted, "Get lost! I'm the boss of this game." Mr. Fish shrank back, with his feelings in a lump. Fear grew inside him in a weird, heavy clump. The friends all around him seemed to shrink back too. Mr. Fish's face furrowed. "Oh, I don't know what to do." Shark acted badly. "Being mean is wrong, but I'm just one fish. Am I really that strong?" The friends tried again to enjoy their favorite park, but the shadow of their worries made the day seem dark. The unmentioned tension grew when Shark reappeared. He stole a guppy's lunch. "Fear the fin," he sneered. Mr. Fish shrank back, and his innards did a flop. His feelings tumbled jumbled. Would the awful ever stop? The friends all around him seemed to shrink back too. Mr. Fish's face fizzled. "Oh, I don't know what to do." Shark acted badly. "Being mean is wrong, but I'm just one fish. Am I really that strong?" He turned to leave the park, feeling sad through and through. Then slowly came a thought. There was something he could do. Words can make a difference when things go wrong. Yes, I'm just one fish, but my voice is strong. Mr. Fish turned back and directly faced the shark. It was time to talk straight about what happened in the park. "Mr. Shark," said Mr. Fish, "you have broken up our fun. Bully isn't who you are, but it is what you have done. The things you did were mean, and that's not what we expect. So please leave until you're ready to treat us with respect." As Mr. Fish spoke up, and his words rang out loud, the friends all around him formed an upstanding crowd. Together they were stronger. Now none of them were scared. They cared about each other and the ocean world they shared. Soon Mr. Fish was laughing, and his friends were having fun, taking turns and using empathy, each and every one. The park filled again with the joyful sounds of play, plus the confidence of knowing how to keep it that way. Park rules. Number 1, be kind. 2, be fair. 3, if something goes wrong, speak up. Have fun. We are kind, we are fair. We are all potential friends, so we speak up when we need to. That's how bullying ends. The Donut Chef by Bob Stake. Once upon a summer's day, a donut chef was heard to say, "On this street where people stop, I'll open up my donut shop." The store was cozy, made of brick. He got it ready super quick. He washed the walls, he swept the floors, he hung a sign above the doors. He stacked his pots, he cleaned his pans. He dusted off the ceiling fans. He grabbed a spoon, then turned a knob, and set the stove to do its job. That donut chef, he worked so hard by mixing flour, sugar, lard. He baked his donuts fresh at dawn, then hoped by noon they'd all be gone. At first, one man walked in the store, but then a line snaked out the door. The donuts soon were all the rage, adored by folks of every age. Soon word got out of this success, and to another chef, no less, who said to him, "Your shop is through when my store opens next to you." Indeed, with 2 shops on the block, both selling donuts round the clock. Well, people asked, you might have guessed, whose donuts are the very best. 2 donut shops on one small street. For customers they did compete. Each used his donut selling tricks before he closed his doors at 6. If one chef dropped his donut cost, the next would add more chocolate frost. If one would scream, "Buy 2, get 3," the other yelled, "But mine are free." They made new flavors, quite bizarre, like cherry frosted lemon bar, and peanut brickle buttermilk, and gooey cocoa mocha silk. They tried new shapes beyond just rings. Their donuts were such crazy things. Some were square and some were starry, some just like calamari. Some were airy, some were coney, some resembled macaroni. It wasn't long before the sweets looked not at all like donut treats. They'd lost their taste, they'd lost their soul. They'd even lost their donut hole. The chefs continued with their feud, cooked up more crazy frosted food. Then in walked little Debbie Sue, a teeny girl, just barely 2. She looked at all the donuts weird, the flavors strange, the toppings smeared. She looked and looked, but could not find the one that was her favorite kind. "Excuse me, mister," said the tyke, "but where's the donut that I like?" "It isn't here, it isn't there. You think it's under that eclair?" "Oh, surely," said the chef with grace, "your donut's in this donut case. We've donuts laced with kiwi jam and served inside an open clam. Donuts made with huckleberry, don't be scared, they're kind of hairy. And donuts made from spiced rum pears, so popular with millionaires. We've donuts lighter than a wisp, donuts gooey, donuts crisp, donuts dressed just like a Shriner, donuts major, donuts minor. If we don't have it, you can bet it can't be found, at least not yet. The choice of donuts left her dazed. Said Debbie Sue, but I want glazed. The crowd went silent, jaws hung low, a flavor choice from long ago. No one orders donuts glazed. The chef was startled, then amazed. A donut glazed? That's so old time, from when a donut cost a dime. Hey, I like glazed, a voice chimed in. Me too, I love 'em. Where have they been? Then all the people sang in praise of simple donuts dipped in glaze. The clever chef then got a thought and turned his stove to super hot. Flour, sugar, just a cup, and in a bowl he mixed it up. He let it cook, knew what to do, and ding! The timer chimed on cue. Your donut's ready, Debbie Sue. She popped the donut in the air, and in her mouth it landed there. She chewed it, smiled, and gave a wink. There's nothing quite like glazed, I think. The crowd called out and yelled, I'm next! Bought glazed delights by cash and checks. The donut chef, he wrote the line, Amazing glazed, his store's new sign. Now throngs of people happily wait to buy his donuts by the crate. The donut chef, he'd never guessed of all the flavors he did test, that most folks love a glazed the best. I Spy Fly Guy by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy. Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz! Chapter 1. One day, Buzz and Fly Guy went outside. Let's play hide and seek, said Buzz. Fly Guy hid in the garbage can. He always hid in the garbage can. He liked to eat while Buzz looked for him. I spy Fly Guy, said Buzz. It's my turn to hide. Buzz hid in the garden shed and shut the door. Fly Guy found a way in. Buzz! You are good, said Buzz. It's your turn to hide again. Fly Guy hid in the garbage can again. Just then, the garbage man came. He dumped the garbage into the truck and drove away. Chapter 2. Buzz's dad was going to work. Follow that truck, cried Buzz. The truck drove and drove and drove all the way to the town dump. Buzz ran into the dump. Fly Guy, where are you? Fly Guy, he cried. Answer me! A zillion flies all answered. Buzz! cried Buzz. "They all can say my name. How will I find Fly Guy?" Buzz spied a fly hiding. "Do I spy Fly Guy?" The fly flew away. Buzz spied a fly eating. "Do I spy Fly Guy?" The fly boinked him on the nose and flew away. Buzz spied a fly landing on his hand. "Do I spy Fly Guy?" The fly bit him and flew away. Chapter 3. Buzz was sad. Was Fly Guy gone forever? He kicked a can. He kicked a jar. Then Buzz remembered. They were still playing a game. "Okay, Fly Guy," yelled Buzz. "I give up. You win." He heard a voice from above. "Buzz! I spy Fly Guy!" cried Buzz. And Fly Guy said, "Buzz laws!" Thomas and Friends. All engines go. Thomas and Bruno. By Christy Webster. Based on the episode Shake, Rattle, and Bruno by Daniel Scher Strom. It was a sunny day on the island of Sodor. Bruno was busy with his favorite activity, memorizing the train schedule. "Kana's delivering food to the fair," he said to himself. "The rocks in Crumble Canyon are extra crumbly today." Thomas and his friends sped past, playing train tag. "Want to play?" Thomas asked Bruno. "You engines are too fast," Bruno said. "I'm a brake car. My job is to slow things down." Just then, Gordon rolled up in a hurry. "We have an urgent delivery." Bruno remembered the train schedule. "There are no deliveries scheduled right now," he pointed out. "You're right," Gordon replied, "but Vickerstown Lighthouse needs a replacement light before sundown. We need someone strong and fast." Diesel pulled up. "No one's faster and stronger than me," he bragged. "I'm on it." Gordon told Bruno to go with Diesel to keep him safe. "What's the fastest route, Bruno?" Diesel asked. "It would normally be Crumble Canyon, but—" said Bruno. "Great!" Diesel interrupted. He coupled up with Bruno and the flat car holding the light. Before Bruno could say another word, they were off. Thomas saw that Diesel didn't let Bruno finish what he was saying about Crumble Canyon before they sped away. "Uh-oh," he said, worried. Thomas decided to follow them. As Diesel approached the canyon, Bruno finished his warning. "We shouldn't go this way," he said. "There could be avalanches." "I'm not scared of a few falling rocks," Diesel scoffed. "I'm faster." Thomas followed Diesel and Bruno into the canyon. The rumbling sound of Diesel's fast wheels was loosening the rocks above. Diesel tried to speed up, thinking he could outrun the rock slide. Bruno slammed on the brakes to stop Diesel before the rocks fell on top of them. The sound of the screeching brakes was so loud. Bruno puffed on headphones from his stovepipe to muffle the sound. Bruno and Diesel finally slid to a halt just as a pile of boulders tumbled across the tracks in front of them. "That was close," Diesel said. "Thanks, Bruno." Bruno couldn't hear him with his headphones on. Diesel raised his voice. "Thank you," he yelled. Thomas caught up to his friends as Diesel's loud voice rang through the canyon. The sound of his yell loosened even more rocks above. Thomas slammed on his brakes as they started to fall. Thomas stopped just in time, but now an even bigger pile of boulders covered the tracks. This time, it was behind Bruno and Diesel. Luckily, they were safe, but they were trapped. "If we're late delivering the lamp, the boats will be late delivering to the docks," Bruno said nervously. Thomas knew Bruno loved talking about the day's deliveries. "Why don't you tell me the schedule?" Thomas suggested. As Bruno remembered everyone's schedules, he became calmer and calmer. "I feel better," Bruno said, "but we still need to deliver this light." "I'll go for help," Thomas said. "Sandy and Carly will be able to move these rocks." He puffed away. "I should have listened to you, Bruno," Diesel admitted. "I have to slow down." "Maybe I shouldn't have braked," Bruno said. "You're fast. You might have made it." "Trying to go fast and slow at the same time," Diesel said, laughing. "It's not the best teamwork." That gave Bruno an idea. "Maybe we should go fast and slow again," he said. "If the sound of my screeching brakes could loosen the rocks from above, it might loosen them from the tracks too." It was worth a try. Bruno and Diesel coupled back up. Diesel chugged forward as hard as he could. Bruno held his brakes firmly in place, holding Diesel back. Another loud screeching sound echoed through the canyon, and the rocks around them began to rumble. It worked! The rocks fell to either side of the tracks, clearing the way. Diesel, Bruno, and the light could finally make it out of the canyon. "Let's roll," Diesel said. When Thomas returned to the canyon, his friends were already gone. Sandy and Carly got to work clearing away the rest of the rocks. Diesel and Bruno were so proud when they delivered the light and the lighthouse lit up. Thanks to them, the boats would safely make it to the docks. Soon, the schedule would be back on track. Later that night, Diesel and Bruno met up with their friends. "You made it!" Thomas peeped. "How did you get out?" "We went fast and slow," Bruno said. "Yes," Diesel smiled. "We worked well together, and Bruno is great at his job." Last Stop on Market Street. Words by Matt De La Pena. Pictures by Christian Robinson. CJ pushed through the church doors, skipped down the steps. The outside air smelled like freedom. but it also smelled like rain, which freckled CJ's shirt and dripped down his nose. He ducked under his Nana's umbrella, saying, "How come we gotta wait for the bus and all this wet?" "Trees get thirsty too," his Nana told him. "Don't you see that big one drinking through a straw?" CJ looked for a long time, but he never saw a straw. From the bus stop, he watched water pool on flower petals, watched rain patter against the windshield of a nearby car. His friend Kobe climbed in, gave CJ a wave, and drove off with his dad. "Nana, how come we don't got a car?" "Boy, what do we need a car for? We got a bus that breathes fire, and old Mr. Dennis, who always has a trick for you." The bus creaked to a stop in front of them. It sighed and sagged, and the doors swung open. "What's that I see?" Mr. Dennis asked. He pulled a coin from behind CJ's ear, placed it in his palm. Nana laughed her deep laugh and pushed CJ along. They sat right up front. The man across the way was tuning a guitar. An old woman with curlers had butterflies in a jar. Nana gave everyone a great big smile and a good afternoon. She made sure CJ did the same. The bus lurched forward and stopped, lurched forward and stopped. Nana hummed as she knit. "How come we always gotta go here after church?" CJ said. "Miguel and Kobe never have to go nowhere." "I feel sorry for those boys," she told him. "They'll never get a chance to meet Bobo or the Sunglass Man. And I hear Trixie got herself a brand new hat." CJ stared out the window, feeling sorry for himself. He watched cars zip by on either side, watched a group of boys hop curbs on bikes. A man climbed aboard with a spotted dog. CJ gave up his seat. "How come that man can't see?" "Boy, what do you know about seeing?" Nana told him. "Some people watch the world with their ears." "That's a fact. Their noses, too," the man said, sniffing at the air. "That's a mighty fine perfume you're wearing today, ma'am." Nana squeezed the man's hand and laughed her deep laugh. Two older boys got on next. CJ watched as they moved on by and stood in back. "Sure wish I had one of those," he said. Nana set down her knitting. "What for? You got the real live thing sitting across from you. Why don't you ask that man if he'll play us a song?" CJ didn't have to. The guitar player was already plucking strings and beginning to sing. "To feel the magic of music," the blind man whispered, "I like to close my eyes." Nana closed hers too. So did CJ and the spotted dog. And in the darkness, the rhythm lifted CJ out of the bus, out of the busy city. He saw sunset colors swirling over crashing waves, saw a family of hawks slicing through the sky, saw the old woman's butterflies dancing free in the light of the moon. CJ's chest grew full, and he was lost in the sound, and the sound gave him the feeling of magic. The song ended, and CJ opened his eyes. Everyone on the bus clapped, even the boys in back. Nana glanced at the coin in CJ's palm. CJ dropped it in the man's hat. "Last stop on Market Street," Mr. Dennis called. CJ looked around as he stepped off the bus. Crumbling sidewalks and broken down doors, graffiti-tagged windows and boarded-up stores. He reached for his Nana's hand. "How come it's always so dirty over here?" She smiled and pointed to the sky. "Sometimes, when you're surrounded by dirt, CJ, you're a better witness for what's beautiful." CJ saw the perfect rainbow arcing over their soup kitchen. He wondered how his Nana always found beautiful where he never even thought to look. He looked all around them again, at the bus rounding the corner out of sight, and the broken street lamps still lit up bright, and the stray cat shadows moving across the wall. When he spotted their familiar faces in the window, he said, "I'm glad we came." He thought his Nana might laugh her deep laugh, but she didn't. She patted him on the head and told him, "Me too, CJ. Now come on." I Will Surprise My Friend by Mo Willems. Look! Hee! What are you doing? I am going to surprise my friend. Shh! Here she comes! Boo! You surprised me. I did. Let's do that again. Okay. I have an idea. We could surprise each other. Yes! We could surprise each other by the big rock. Yay! You go this way, and I will go that way. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Where is Gerald? Where is Piggy? He is not here. She is not here. Where can my friend be? I will look on the other side of the rock. She is not there. He is not there. Oh no, maybe Piggy is lost and about to fall off a cliff. Or maybe a giant bird grabbed Piggy and flew off with her. Or maybe a scary, scary monster is trying to eat her right now. Poor Piggy. Maybe Gerald got hungry for lunch. Piggy must be saved. I am hungry for lunch. I must save her. I will get lunch. I will save you, Piggy. Lunchtime! Ah! That was a surprise. A big surprise. Plop, plunk. Next time, let's play tag. Deal? You can be kind, Pout-Pout fish. by Deborah Dyson. Pictures based on illustrations created by Dan Hanna. Mr. Fish was about to pout. One friend was unhappy, then two friends were, then three, then four. Soon the whole class was in a bad mood. The bad mood was big. No one had a smile. No one had a laugh. Mr. Fish sank down. Blub. I do not know what to do. He looked around. One fish cannot change this. Then he had an idea. He tried it. It worked. He tried it again in a new way. It worked. He tried it again in a new way. It worked again. He kept trying. Every time he tried, it worked. It was not hard. It was not hard to be kind. His idea spread. One friend was kind, then two friends were, then three, then four. Soon the whole class was in a good mood. I can be kind, said Mr. Fish. We all can be kind, said the class. No pout about it. Each Kindness by Jacqueline Woodson, illustrated by E.B. Lewis, creators of The Other Side. That winter, snow fell on everything, turning the world a brilliant white. One morning, as we settled into our seats, the classroom door opened and the principal came in. She had a girl with her, and she said to us, "This is Maya." Maya looked down at the floor. I think I heard her whisper, "Hello." We all stared at her. Her coat was opened, and the clothes beneath it looked old and ragged. Her shoes were spring shoes, not meant for the snow. A strap on one of them had broken. Our teacher, Ms. Albert, said, "Say good morning to our new student," but most of us were silent. The only empty seat was next to me. That's where our teacher put Maya. And on that first day, Maya turned to me and smiled. But I didn't smile back. I moved my chair, myself, and my books a little farther away from her. When she looked my way, I turned to the window and stared out at the snow. And every day after that, when Maya came into the classroom, I looked away and didn't smile back. My best friends that year were Kendra and Sophie. At lunchtime, we walked around the schoolyard, our fingers laced together, whispering secrets into each other's ears. One day, while we were near the slide, Maya came over to us. She held open her hand to show us the shiny jacks and tiny red ball she'd gotten for her birthday. "It's a high bouncer," she said, but none of us wanted to play. So Maya played a game against herself. That afternoon, when we got back into the classroom, Maya whispered to me, "Bet you can't guess who the new Jacks champion of the world is." Behind me, Andrew whispered, Chloe's got a new friend. Chloe's got a new friend. She's not my friend, I whispered back. The weeks passed. Every day we whispered about Maya, laughing at her clothes, her shoes, the strange food she brought for lunch. Some days Maya held out her hand to show us what she had brought to school: a deck of cards, pickup sticks, a small tattered doll. Whenever she asked us to play, we said no. The days grew warmer and warmer. The pond thawed, grass began growing where snow had once been. One day, Maya came to school wearing a pretty dress and fancy shoes. But the shoes and the dress looked like they'd belonged to another girl before Maya. I have a new name for her, Kendra whispered. Never knew. Everything she has comes from a second-hand store. We all laughed. Maya stood by the fence. She was holding a jump rope, but did not come over to us to ask if we wanted to play. After a while, she folded it double, rolled the ends around each hand, and started jumping. She jumped around the whole schoolyard without stopping. She didn't look up once, just jumped, jumped, jumped. The next day, Maya's seat was empty. In class that morning, we were talking about kindness. Ms. Albert had brought a big bowl into class and filled it with water. We all gathered around her desk and watched her drop a small stone into it. Tiny waves rippled out away from the stone. This is what kindness does, Ms. Albert said. Each little thing we do goes out like a ripple into the world. Then Ms. Albert let us each drop the stone in as we told her what kind things we had done. Joseph had held the door for his grandmother. Kendra helped change her baby brother's diaper. Even mean old Andrew had done something. I carried teacher's books up the stairs, he said. And Ms. Albert said it was true. I stood there, holding Ms. Albert's rock in my hand, silent. Even small things count, Ms. Albert said gently. But I couldn't think of anything and passed the stone on. Maya didn't come to school the next day or the day after that. Each morning, I walked to school slowly, hoping this would be the day Maya returned and she'd look at me and smile. I promised myself this would be the day I smiled back. Each kindness, Miss Albert had said, makes the whole world a little bit better. But Maya's seat remained empty. And one day, Ms. Albert announced to the class that Maya wouldn't be coming back. Her family had moved away, Ms. Albert said. Then she told us to take out our notebooks. It was time for spelling. That afternoon, I walked home alone. When I reached the pond, my throat filled with all the things I wished I would have said to Maya. Each kindness I had never shown. I threw small stones into it over and over, watching the way the water rippled out and away, like each kindness done and not done, like every girl somewhere holding a small gift out to someone and that someone turning away from it. I watched the water ripple as the sun set through the maples, and the chance of a kindness with Maya became more and more forever gone. Thomas and Friends, The Promise Problem by Christy Webster. It was a beautiful day on the island of Sodor. Thomas the Tank Engine was playing Stack the Tracks with Carly, a crane car. His best friend Percy watched, and the Fix-It engine Sandy cheered him on. Thomas knew he could do it. He was the #1 engine. He kept the tall stack steady as Carly reached way, way up and placed the final track. Ta-da! Thomas peeped. We knew you could do it, Percy said. Toot! Thomas and his friends turned to see an engine racing toward them. It was Diesel. Nice stack, but I bet I could go higher, he bragged. He backed up to the car Thomas had been using and attached himself to it. Load me up, Carly, Diesel said. Hey, I'm not done yet, Thomas protested. The two engines tugged the car back and forth. The tall stack wobbled and swayed, then fell. Just then, Gordon sped toward them. Gordon was going too fast. He wasn't able to stop in time. His coupling broke and he derailed, leaving his long train of cars behind. How am I supposed to make my delivery now? Gordon asked. Gordon's cars were filled with tires and bicycles, furniture, and train parts. These items are old, but still useful, Gordon said. I was on my way to Whiff's recycling plant. I can take them, offered Thomas. Thomas, promise. It's too much for a little engine, Gordon said. There were 6 cars, all full. A thought flew into Thomas's funnel. I can take half, and Diesel can take half, he said. That's a smokin' idea, Diesel said, letting black smoke drift out of his vents. We can race to see who gets there first, Thomas said. He wanted to prove he was still the #1 engine. Thomas and Diesel each coupled to 3 of Gordon's cars and took off toward Whiff's. Both engines chugged along as fast as they could. As they struggled up a steep hill side by side, Diesel saw a chance to make the race easier for himself. He tilted toward Thomas, causing a heavy refrigerator to fall into one of Thomas's cars. Thomas tried to keep going up the hill, but the extra weight made it harder. As Diesel inched ahead, Thomas could feel the heavy cars pulling him backward. Suddenly, Thomas heard a snap. Thomas watched horrified as his cars rolled back down the hill toward a dead end. He tried to chase them, but all 3 cars flew off the tracks, and so did Thomas. Thomas and his cars landed in a mud puddle. Percy, Sandy, and Carly raced after him to help. As Carly attached her crane to Thomas and started to lift him out, Thomas could hear Diesel tooting in the distance. I'm never going to win the race now, Thomas said sadly. But you promised Gordon you'd make this delivery, Percy said. Thomas knew his friend was right. He'd made a Thomas promise, and he wanted to keep it. He let Carly place him back on the tracks and started heading toward Whiff's. As Thomas was making up time, Diesel was standing still. He was waiting for a drawbridge to come down so he could finish the race. He didn't want to waste his lead. The moment the bridge was in place, Diesel lurched forward so suddenly that all his cars rattled and creaked. As he sped away, he didn't notice that his rear doors had opened. One by one, items tumbled out. Thomas had almost caught up to Diesel when he noticed the cargo littering the tracks ahead. "Diesel!" he called out. "Your cargo!" But Diesel couldn't hear him. He was speeding away, faster and faster. Thomas stopped and picked up the fallen items. Percy, Carly, and Sandy soon caught up. "Why did you stop?" Carly asked. "I still have a promise to keep," Thomas explained. "That means getting all of Gordon's cargo to Whiff's." "We're going to help," Percy said. Everyone started moving the cargo into Thomas's cars. Before Thomas knew it, the job was done. Diesel arrived at Whiff's and thought he had won, but Thomas and his friends arrived with all the cargo in tow. "Thank you, Thomas, for keeping your promise," Gordon said. "I couldn't have done it without Percy, Carly, Sandy, and Diesel," Thomas said. Diesel's cargo might have fallen out, but he had gotten it most of the way there. Gordon was happy that his cargo arrived, but he still had a broken coupling. He didn't know how he would get his cars back to the station. "Maybe I can help," Sandy said. She reached into one of Thomas's cars and pulled out an old hunk of metal. It was a coupling. Gordon tried it, and sure enough, his cars coupled up and he was ready to roll again. "I guess these old things are still useful," Thomas peeped. Everyone smiled. Diesel turned to Thomas. "Race you back?" Thomas's smile got bigger. "You're on." Barbie, Lost and Found by Carol Pugliano Martin, illustrated by SI International. Barbie was reading in her room. All of a sudden, she heard Stacy calling from outside. "Barbie, come quick!" cried Stacy. Barbie ran outside. "Look who followed me home," said Stacy. "Can I keep her?" Barbie knelt down to pet the dog. She let the dog lick her hand. "I don't see a collar or a tag," Barbie said. "Does that mean I can keep her?" asked Stacy. "Stacy, this dog might belong to someone. We have to find her owners," said Barbie. "I guess you're right," said Stacy. "Let's look for clues." "Well, she's all wet and muddy," said Barbie. "Yes, that's the first clue," Stacy said. She ran inside and got a notepad. She wrote the clue on the pad. "Now, where could she have gotten so wet and muddy?" asked Barbie. "There's a stream in the park," said Stacy. They began walking. The dog trotted beside them. They came to the park. The dog ran ahead. "Barbie, she's heading right to the stream," said Stacy. When they got there, the dog was standing at the edge. She was barking. "This must be where she got wet," said Stacy. "Do you like to swim, girl?" The dog gave Stacy her paw. "Look, Barbie," said Stacy. "There's a branch in her fur. It's another clue." Stacy wrote down the clue. "Now we have to find the bush it came from," she said. They began to search the park. "There it is!" cried Stacy. They ran to the bush. They saw something shiny. It was a collar with a tag. "The collar must have gotten stuck here," said Barbie. "Is your name Sophie?" she asked the dog. Sophie wagged her tail. "The tag says Sophie belongs to Mrs. Martin on Oak Street," said Barbie. They walked to the house. Stacy rang the doorbell. Mrs. Martin opened the door. "Hi, I'm Stacy. My sister Barbie and I think we found your dog." "She followed me home," said Stacy. "I found clues and we brought her here." "Thank you," said Mrs. Martin. "You should be a detective when you grow up. You would be a great one." "I would like to work at an animal shelter instead. I want to help animals find homes," said Stacy. "Well, you're off to a good start," said Mrs. Martin. Woof! Sophie agreed. The Whole Story of the Donut by Pat Miller, illustrated by Vincent X. Kirsch. Few remember the master mariner, Hansen Crockett Gregory, though he was bold and brave and bright. But the pastry he invented more than 166 years ago is eaten daily by donut lovers everywhere. This is his story. In 1844, Hansen Gregory was just 13 when he went to sea. He left the family farm to become cabin boy on the schooner Isaac Acorn, out of Rockport, Maine. Hansen quickly rose to cook's assistant, then was put to work high in the rigging. He ran up the ratlines barefoot, as high as 8 stories, to furl or release the sails. He could steer a ship over trackless waves by sun and stars. By 19, Hansen was captain of the cargo schooner Hardscrabble, tall with canvas stretched to the wind. In a few more years, Captain Gregory raced his cargo from Maine to California as commander of a clipper, the fastest ship on any ocean. On one voyage, he risked ship and crew to rescue 7 Spanish sailors from the certain death in a frigid sea. When the news reached Spain, Queen Isabella II awarded Captain Gregory a medal for heroism. But what about the pastry? For that, we have to go back to June 22nd, 1847. The crew of the Ivanhoe had worked up mighty appetites through the night. The sun was barely up as 16-year-old Hansen and the cook prepared breakfast. It would be the same coffee and fried cakes they served most mornings on the Ivanhoe. The cook tossed wood into the belly of the cast-iron stove, heating the cauldron of lard. Hansen formed balls of sweetened dough. Both men stood on spread legs as the cramped galley lurched with the ship. Pans clanged overhead. The aroma of browning sugar rose as the cook dropped in the first blobs of dough. The iron railing on the stovetop kept the pot in place as the Ivanhoe bucked and plunged. When the cakes were fried, Hansen dumped them out on the dining table. They were sweet and crisp, at least around the edges. Their raw centers, heavy with grease, made them drop like cannonballs in the stomach. Sailors called them sinkers. As Hansen shaped another batch, he was struck by an idea. He took the round lid off a pepper can and cut perfect holes in the center of each sinker. Then he tossed the rings into the bubbling lard. The cook had never seen such a downright fool thing. Neither had the sailors who showed up for breakfast. But that didn't keep them from taking a bite. The cakes were brown and sweet and fully cooked. Sighs of delight rose above the noisy sea. A new breakfast tradition was born. The teenage Hansen shared his invention with his mother. She cooked up large batches to sell in a friend's store and on the docks to hungry sailors. Ship's cooks now served holy cakes. That's how Hansen's invention spread around the world and down the years and right into your stomach. But sailors like their stories bold. Not satisfied with the pastry's humble origin, they spun legends worthy of such a delicious treat. One told how Captain Gregory wrestled the wheel as the sea became a monster. The first mate brought sinkers to keep up the captain's strength. Just as the captain grabbed one, the waves crashed over his head. Captain Gregory speared that sinker on the wheel's spoke. He invented the donut while he saved the ship. Another legend tells how wild waves grabbed 5 sailors and pulled them overboard right after breakfast. With bellies full of oily pastries, they sank like stones. Captain Gregory shouted, "Never again!" He used a wooden belaying pin to punch holes in every cake so they resembled the ship's life rings. No sailor has since been drowned by his breakfast. Interviewed in 1916 for the Patriot Ledger, Captain Gregory seemed amused at all the fuss over his invention 69 years before. He laughed as he teased the reporter that he had invented the first hole ever seen by mortal eyes. When the reporter asked if he was pleased with his invention, Captain Gregory replied, "Well, sir, Those donuts were the finest I ever tasted. No more indigestion, no more sinkers, just well done fried through donuts. At 89, Captain Gregory died at the Sailors' Snug Harbor, a home for sailors near Quincy, Massachusetts. He was buried overlooking the sea, where stormy weather can be spotted as readily as it once was from the quarterdeck of the Hardscrabble. Whether you prefer chocolate or sprinkled, glazed or filled, raise your next tasty donut to the Master Mariner from Maine. Author's note: Captain Gregory retired from the quarterdeck in 1868 at the age of 36, forced from his beloved schooner by faster steam-powered ships. He became a mining engineer in the lime mines of Rockland, Maine. Captain Gregory and wife, Mary Ann Merrifield, had 5 daughters. Since 1938, the first Friday in June has been designated National Donut Day to honor Helen Purviance and the women from the Salvation Army who made donuts near the battlefields during World War I. In 1941, Henry Ellis challenged Captain Gregory's claim, saying the donut hole was created by his grandmother. Gregory was defended by his cousin's son, Fred E. Crockett. The Great Donut Debate, held at the Astoria Hotel in New York City, was judged by the author Clifton Fadiman and the gossip columnist Elsa Maxwell, among others. They agreed with Captain Gregory's claim. Ellis later admitted it was a publicity stunt on his part. Hanson Crockett Gregory was honored in 1948 by the American Bakers Association as the inventor of the hole in the donut. In the mid-1950s, Captain Gregory's headstone disappeared, leaving his grave unmarked for 20 years. In 1979, a teacher historian named Harold Crowley located the gravesite. When Richard Hart, vice president of Dunkin' Donuts, read the newspaper article about Gregory's missing grave marker, he announced that his company would pay for a new one. On June 11, 1982, 61 years after the captain's death, area dignitaries dedicated his new stone. Students from Snug Harbor Elementary gave speeches, sang songs, and ate donuts. Thomas and Friends, 5-minute stories, the Sleepy Time collection. Story 1, Busy Engines. It was a special day on Sodor. The railway inspector was coming to inspect Sir Topham Hatt's railway. "Thomas, you should be shunting coal trucks when the inspector arrives," said Sir Topham Hatt. "He wants to see busy engines. It's very important." Thomas went to find some of his engine friends. He wanted to ask them to help shunt trucks. He puffed to Marin Station. Percy was there, waiting for the mail. "Hello, Percy," peeped Thomas. "Will you come and shunt coal trucks with me? The inspector is arriving soon, and he wants to see busy engines." Percy was supposed to deliver the mail, but he did want to help Thomas too. Percy was uncoupled, and away he whooshed. And where did the inspector go first? to Marin Station. When the inspector arrived to check on things, Percy wasn't there. The inspector was not very pleased. In the meantime, Thomas huffed to the quarry, where Mavis was waiting to pull some slate trucks. "Will you come and shunt coal trucks?" peeped Thomas. "The inspector is due to arrive, and he wants to see busy engines." Mavis had a lot to do, but she decided to help Thomas too. And where do you think the inspector went next? The quarry. When he arrived at the quarry, Mavis wasn't there. Uh-oh. The inspector was not pleased at all. Thomas was chuffing cheerily back to the docks. Percy and Mavis had already shunted a long line of coal trucks. They knew that the inspector would be so pleased. Then Thomas heard Gordon's whistle go peep as he delivered the inspector to the docks. "We must look busy," Thomas said urgently. So Percy shoved and Mavis shunted, and the coal trucks biffed and bashed together. And then, oh no, coal dust flew down Gordon's funnel. It made him sputter and splutter and cough. The dust flew back out of his funnel and landed everywhere. Sir Topham Hatt was very cross. "What's going on?" he shouted. "Thomas, what have you been up to?" The inspector is not pleased at all. Poor Thomas. He felt terrible. Thomas knew he had to make things right. He heaved and hauled Gordon to the steamworks for repair. Soon Gordon's funnel was fixed and his firebox was roaring away again. Thomas steamed back to the docks. He was ready to be a very busy engine. He shunted and shoved until all the trucks were in the right places. He was so busy that he didn't notice that Sir Topham Hatt and the inspector were watching him. "You've been a very busy engine," the inspector said to Thomas. "Next time, Thomas," said Sir Topham Hatt, "remember that you can be a busy engine all by yourself, and a really useful one too." "Oh, I will, sir," Thomas replied. "I certainly will." And he beamed from buffer to buffer. Story 2. The Lost Puff. One day, Sir Topham Hatt told the engines that there was some damaged track at Knapford Bend. All the engines on the railway listened carefully, except Paxton and Thomas, who were laughing at the antics of a duck that was waddling toward the sheds. "May I remind you two, in particular, not to be silly," Sir Topham Hatt said sternly. "You must pay attention. I don't want any accidents." A little while later, Paxton arrived at the broken track. As he rolled over it, it rattled his radiator, making him laugh. "That was fun," he said, grinning. When Thomas arrived at the bend, Paxton got him to try it too. "Woohoo!" Thomas said with a giggle as he bounced along. "Get up some speed and go over it really fast," Paxton suggested. So Thomas raced backward around the corner and, oops, bashed right into Toby, who was filling up at the water tower. Water splashed all over, and all over Thomas. It put out his firebox. "Oh no!" Paxton cried. "Sir Topham Hatt told me not to be silly, but I was, and now there's been an accident." Paxton rolled away quickly and quietly to deliver his trucks to the shunting yards. When Toby arrived at the shunting yards, Paxton heard him tell Stafford that Thomas had lost his puff. That sounded serious. Paxton decided that he would go and look for Thomas's lost puff. He would find it. He raced along, looking all around, but he didn't really know what to look for. Then he saw a puff of steam and raced after it. But it turned out to be just Gordon pulling the express. Next, Paxton spotted a fluffy white cloud in the sky. "That must be Thomas's missing puff," he said, as he hurried toward it. Paxton followed the cloud all the way to Ulfsted Castle, where he met Stephen. "Hello, Paxton," Stephen said. "What are you doing here?" "Thomas has lost his puff, and I thought that might be it," Paxton told him, looking up at the cloud. "Up there? That's just a cloud," Stephen replied. Paxton felt rather silly. He sped away as fast as his wheels could carry him. Paxton realized he didn't know anything about a steam engine's puff because he was a diesel engine. But he knew someone who did know about steam engines, Victor, whose job it was to repair them. Paxton hurried to the steamworks to find Victor. He asked Victor if he had a spare puff for Thomas. This made Toby, who was at the steamworks for repair, laugh. "Puff just means steam," Toby explained to Paxton. "When Thomas bumped into me, his firebox got wet. Steamies can't make puffs when their fire goes out." Once again, Paxton felt silly, but he cheered up again when he realized that Thomas would be fine just as soon as his firebox dried out. As Paxton sped back to the water tower, he heard a cheerful peep, and there was Thomas puffing around the corner. "You're okay," Paxton said happily. "Yes, I found my lost puff," Thomas joked. "At least I learned something today," Paxton said, smiling. "That puff just means steam?" asked Thomas. "Yes," Paxton said, still smiling, "but also that when Sir Topham Hatt tells me not to be silly, I shouldn't be silly." And Thomas wholeheartedly agreed. Story 3. Thomas and Scruff. Thomas's friend Whiff worked at the waste dump on the island of Sodor, biffing and bashing trucks full of trash. Keeping Sodor clean and tidy was a lot of work. It was a very important job. One day, Thomas went to tell Whiff some good news. "I'm fetching a helper for you," he peeped. Whiff was very excited to hear this. Thomas steamed to the docks to meet Scruff the Scruncher. "Hello, Thomas," Scruff chuffed. "I can't wait to scrunch some trash." Thomas liked Scruff. He thought he was very nice, but he also thought Scruff looked very dirty. An idea flew into Thomas's funnel. He asked Scruff to wait right there for a special surprise. Then Thomas chuffed away to gather some brushes and buckets and soap and sponges. Back at the docks, Thomas showed Scruff his surprise. "With a splish and a splash, you'll be clean in a dash," he peeped. But Scruff was scared. He had never seen soap or brushes before. He did not like this surprise at all. With a clickety-clack, Scruff whooshed away and hid in a siding. Thomas realized that Scruff was scared of being washed. "Please come out, Scruff," he called. But Scruff refused to come out of hiding. Thomas asked Gordon to see if he could get Scruff out of the siding. "Scruff, would you like to see my express carriages?" Gordon asked. "They're green and very grand." But Scruff didn't want to see the carriages. He stayed right where he was. Next, Thomas asked Henry to try. "Scruff, would you like to help fetch my special coal?" Henry huffed. "It makes me fast and fearless." But Scruff didn't want to fetch any coal. He was not going to come out of that siding. After that, Thomas asked Percy to give it a try. "Scruff, would you like to pull my mail trucks?" Percy peeped. "They're packed with parcels." But Scruff didn't want to pull the mail trucks. He just stayed put. Finally, Thomas remembered the one thing that Scruff did want to do. "Scruff, would you like to go and scrunch some trash at the waste dump?" Thomas asked. "You don't have to be clean for that." When he heard what Thomas said, Scruff wheeshed quickly out of the siding. He was ready to go. Thomas and Scruff steamed off to the waste dump, where Whiff was waiting for them. Scruff looked around at the dirty dump. "I'm going to like it here," he whistled. "There isn't any soap and no water and brushes either." He laughed happily, and Thomas and Whiff laughed with him. Story 4. Percy's New Friends. It was a very busy day on Sodor. All the engines were huffing and puffing as they worked, all except for Percy. Percy wasn't busy. He wanted to play. But all the other engines were too busy to play with Percy. Percy puffed sadly to Brendam Docks. At the docks, a noisy bird was squawking loudly as it sat on Cranky's arm. "Hello, Percy," said Cranky. "This is my friend Seagull." An idea flew into Percy's funnel. "I could make friends with animals too," Percy thought, and he clattered away to make some new friends. The noise scared Seagull. Away he flew. "Not so loud, Percy," Cranky warned, but Percy didn't hear. Percy puffed into the woods. There he saw a rabbit. With a wheesh and a whoosh and a hoot and a toot, Percy rushed to make friends. But the rabbit was frightened. It turned tail and raced away into the bushes. Farther down the track, Percy saw some squirrels. With a wheesh and a whoosh and a hoot and a toot, Percy rushed to make friends. But the startled squirrels scurried away up a tree with their bushy tails waving. Percy chuffed on through the woods until he saw a bird. Again, he rushed to make friends, but the bird squawked loudly and flew off. Percy was puzzled. Why didn't any of the animals want to be his friend? Suddenly, Percy heard the roar of an engine and the loud wheep of a warning whistle. "Bust my buffers!" cried Percy. He was frightened through and through. It was Gordon pulling the express. Percy shook from the funnel to footplate as Gordon thundered past. Thomas happened to be nearby and saw what had happened. "Are you okay?" he asked Percy. "I was scared," Percy said. "Gordon is big and I'm only a little engine." Then, suddenly, an idea bubbled up in Percy's boiler. Percy set off back through the woods. This time, he puffed slowly and carefully. Soon he saw the little bird. "Hello," Percy said quietly. "Cheep, cheep," the bird replied, and he flew onto Percy's buffer. Percy puffed on carefully and calmly. Next, he saw the squirrels. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Squirrel," he said softly. "I didn't mean to scare you before." The squirrels leaped onto Percy's buffer too. Finally, Percy saw the rabbit again. "I'm sorry for being too loud before," he said to the bunny. The rabbit twitched its nose and hopped up next to the squirrels. Percy puffed proudly on with all of his new friends. He was the happiest engine on Sodor. Story 5. Don't Bother Victor. One day, up in the hills on the island of Sodor, Thomas saw Peter, Sam, and Mr. Percival. "I'm off to meet Sir Topham Hatt today," he said. "So I'm putting you in charge for the day, Peter Sam." Peter Sam gasped. "Me, sir?" he said. "I'll take good care of things. You can be sure of that." Mr. Percival told Peter Sam that Victor would be coming by later that day. Victor was in charge of repairs at the steamworks, and he was a very important engine. "Don't go bothering him before then with little things," said Mr. Percival. "Good luck, Peter Sam," Thomas said as he started to chug away. "Being in charge is fun. You get to make all the decisions." Thomas took Mr. Percival to meet Sir Topham Hatt. Peter Sam was now in charge. Just then, Renius chuffed along. "Sir Handel is creaking and groaning at Daisy Halt," he said to Peter Sam. "You must fetch Victor to mend him." Peter Sam looked serious. "No, Renius," he said firmly. "We must not bother Victor with little things. I will fix Sir Handel myself." When Peter Sam arrived at Daisy Halt, Sir Handel was indeed creaking and groaning. "Please fetch Victor," he said to Peter Sam. "I'm sure I can fix you," said Peter Sam. "I think you just need more oil." So Sir Handel's driver added more oil, but Sir Handel creaked more than ever. Just then, Renius came along. "Now Skarloey's funnel is broken," he reported. "Peter Sam, you must fetch Victor." "We must not bother Victor," Peter Sam replied. "I will chuff over to Skarloey and fix him myself." And off he puffed, leaving Sir Handel behind. Skarloey was wheezing with worry. "My funnel is blocked," he said. "Please fetch Victor." "Don't worry, Skarloey. I'm sure I can fix you," said Peter Sam. He thought hard. "We need to put some water down your funnel." So Skarloey's driver put water down his funnel, but that only made things worse. All that water has put my firebox out, Skarloey cried. Peter Sam was upset. He realized that he hadn't done a very good job of being in charge. He puffed along sadly until he came to a stop himself. "Oh no," he groaned. "Now I've run out of coal." Luckily, Renius came by and found Peter Sam. "I've run out of coal," Peter Sam told him. "Please fetch Victor." Renius chuckled. "But you said we shouldn't bother Victor." Then Peter Sam remembered what Thomas had told him. When you are in charge, you get to make all the decisions. Peter Sam said out loud, "Renius, I've decided we can bother Victor." Victor managed to fix all the broken engines. "Why didn't you come and get me earlier?" he asked. "Mr. Percival said not to bother you," Peter Sam told him. "I don't mind," said Victor. "It's my job to fix really useful engines." Later that day, Thomas brought Mr. Percival back to the hills. "How was your day in charge, Peter Sam?" he asked. "No bother at all," Peter Sam replied. "Don't you agree, Victor?" "I do indeed," Victor answered. "It was no bother at all." Thomas and Friends Story 6 on Misty Island. One day, Thomas and Edward were given a very special job. They were told to bring Joby wood from Misty Island back to Sodor. "You'll need our help," Bash and Dash told Thomas. "The log loaders can be very naughty. We're used to working with them." "That's right," Ferdinand added. But Thomas had been to Misty Island before, and he thought he knew all about it. He didn't need any help. When Thomas and Edward got to Misty Island, Thomas showed Edward around and then led the way to the Shake Shake Bridge. The logging station was just on the other side. As the two engines crossed the bridge, it wibbled and wobbled under their wheels. Edward was scared. He stopped halfway across and refused to budge another inch. "Don't worry, Edward," Thomas said. "I'll fetch the logs. Then we can take them right back to Sodor." At the logging station, Old Wheezy, the naughty log loader, picked up some Joby logs. But instead of putting them onto Thomas's truck, he whirled around and hurled them up into the air. The logs flew everywhere. "Blistering boilers!" cried Edward as the logs flew toward him. They bounced off his cab and made the Shake Shake Bridge shake even more. Edward was more scared than ever. As Old Wheezy was throwing around another batch of logs, Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand puffed in. "It looks like you need our help now," Bash and Dash said. "That's right," said Ferdinand. But Thomas still thought he didn't need any help, so the other engines rolled away again. Thomas chuffed over to Hee-Haw, the other log loader, but Hee-Haw was feeling too sick to work. Just then, James arrived with Sir Topham Hatt. Hee-Haw wheeshed and wheezed and coughed black smoke all over them. "Thomas!" Sir Topham Hatt boomed crossly. "Logs are flying everywhere. Edward won't move, and you are late with your delivery." Thomas felt terrible. "I'm sorry, sir," he peeped. "I thought I didn't need help here, but I was wrong. Now I'll make things right." Thomas went to find Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand. "I can't do this alone after all," he puffed. "I need your help." "Do as we say, and we'll show you the way," chuffed Bash and Dash together. "That's right," said Ferdinand, as he usually did. Together the engines steamed back to the logging station. First, the 3 locomotives pushed Edward across the Shake Bridge. Next, they oiled Hee-Haw's joints to make him feel better. Then they gathered up the logs that old Wheezy had thrown into the air. Soon all the trucks were piled high with Joby wood. When the 5 engines returned to Sodor with the wood, Sir Topham Hatt was very pleased. "You are really useful engines," he told them. "We make a great team," whistled Bash and Dash. "That's right," Ferdinand, Thomas, and Edward peeped all together. Thomas and Friends, Story 7, James to the Rescue. One lovely morning, James pulled into Sodor's Search and Rescue Center. He was smiling widely and looked very pleased. "Sir Topham Hatt has asked me to be the rescue engine today," he puffed proudly to Rocky. Just then, Toby trundled up the track. "Hello, James," he tooted. "Sir Topham Hatt has sent me to help you." But James most certainly didn't want any help. At that very moment, Rocky received an urgent message from Gordon's driver. Gordon was in trouble. James immediately puffed away down the track to rescue his friend. "Wait for me!" Toby tooted. "Remember, Gordon's a big engine. You're going to need some help." But James most certainly didn't want any help. "I'm the rescue engine," he puffed proudly. "I can do this myself." James buffered up behind the big blue engine. He shoved and he shunted. And then there was trouble. The track creaked, it cracked, and then it crumbled. Gordon groaned as the track gave way. "I think now is really time to get Rocky," Toby told James. But James still didn't want any help. "I'm the rescue engine and I have a plan," he peeped. "I'll biff Gordon back onto the track." So James backed up behind Gordon. Then he pumped his pistons, and then he biffed Gordon's buffer with a huge bash. But oh no! James and Gordon toppled off the track together into a muddy field. "I guess I'm not a very good rescue engine after all," James said sadly, "and now I really do need help." "Happy to help, James," Toby peeped proudly. He rushed back to the rescue center to fetch Rocky. Rocky came and lifted Gordon and James out of the mud and back onto the track. "Toby, will you please shunt me to the rescue center?" James asked. "Happy to help, James," Toby peeped proudly again. Back at the rescue center, Sir Topham Hatt was waiting for James and Toby. "Thank you for sending Toby to help me, sir," James said. "You'll be glad to know that he's the best rescue tram on Sodor." And Toby was glad to hear it. He beamed from buffer to buffer. Thomas and Friends, Story 8. Edward the Hero. One day, Edward pulled into Knapford Station where he saw Thomas. Thomas was very excited. "Sir Topham Hatt has an important job for you," Thomas peeped. "He wants you to work with Harold as the rescue engine. You will be Edward the Hero." Edward thought that he would like to be a hero, but he was worried. He wasn't sure that he'd be very good at it. In fact, he didn't have any idea how to be a hero. Just then, Gordon raced through the station, pushing Rocky. Gordon was strong and fast and stern. "Gordon is a hero," Edward thought. "I must be more like him." And he puffed out of the station. But as Edward went along trying to be strong and fast and stern, he saw Charlie looking sad. Charlie had forgotten all the jokes he wanted to tell the children. So Edward told Charlie some more jokes and made him jiggle and giggle. "You're so funny," chuffed Charlie. That made Edward happy. But then he remembered something. "Oh dear," he said with a sigh. "I wasn't strong or fast or stern. I was just funny. I must try harder to be a hero." Farther along the line, Dowager Hat stood on the platform looking worried. She had sent her suitcase to Marin Station by mistake. Edward raced to fetch it and brought it safely back to her. "You are very kind," Dowager Hat said to Edward. "Just kind?" Edward said, sighing again. "I must try harder to be a hero." Then Edward saw Farmer McCall's little dog. He was lost and he was scared of the engine. Very gently, Edward edged closer. The dog jumped aboard, and Edward took him back to Farmer McCall. "You were very gentle, Edward," Farmer McCall said happily. "Thank you." "Oh dear," Edward puffed. "I was just gentle. I wasn't strong or fast or stern. I must try harder to be a hero." When Edward finally arrived at the rescue center, Harold wasn't there. "He must have left without me," Edward said sadly. "I'm not strong or fast or stern." Edward slowly puffed back to Knapford Station to tell Sir Topham Hatt that he just wasn't a hero. On the way there, he passed Farmer McCall, who called out, "There he is, Edward the Hero." A little later, he passed Charlie, who called out the same thing. "There he is, Edward the Hero." Edward didn't understand. When he arrived at Knapford Station, Dowager Hat was there. She called out, "There he is, Edward the Hero." "But I'm not a hero," Edward said. "I wasn't strong or fast or stern." "No, you weren't," replied Sir Topham Hatt. "You were kind and funny and gentle. You are a hero, Edward, just being yourself." And Edward beamed from buffer to buffer. Thomas and Friends, Story 9, Belle's New Friend. Everyone on Sodor liked the new engine Belle. She was a big blue engine with a big bell. Belle could fight fires with a whoosh of water. One day, Thomas puffed into Knapford Station and saw Belle watching Toby as he trundled away. "Who's that, Thomas?" Belle asked. "He has a bell, too. I'm sure we could be good friends." Thomas told Belle all about Toby. He also told her where to find Toby's hut. Belle wheeshed straight to Toby's hut. Belle was big and noisy. She made Toby feel very small. Toby told Belle that he liked to be quiet and to listen to the birds singing. "I know how we can have much more fun than that," said Belle. "Follow me." Belle took Toby to the bottom of a hill. "Let's race to the top and then whoosh down," she cried. Off she puffed at full speed. "That was fun," Belle said, laughing as she came to a stop. But Toby didn't answer because Toby wasn't there. "I'm not good at racing," Toby said when Belle found him. "Don't worry," Belle replied. She really wanted Toby to have fun, and she really wanted him to be her friend. "I know what we'll do," she said. She raced off to a field full of pigs as Toby followed. "I like pigs," said Toby. "They make me happy." That made Belle happy too. Then she had an idea. "Pigs like mud, don't they?" she asked. She whooshed water from her spouts into the field. But Toby didn't answer because Toby wasn't there. "I don't like whooshing water," Toby explained when Belle found him. "Don't worry," she replied. "Follow me." Belle chuffed off to Mathwaite Station and rang her big loud bell. Ding, 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 for all the waiting passengers to hear. "We're the bells of Sodor," Belle said, laughing merrily. "Ring your bell for the passengers too, Toby." But Toby didn't answer because Toby wasn't there. Belle was worried. She wanted to find Toby. She wheeshed away to look for him. Belle found Toby hiding in his shed. "You didn't have any fun?" she said to him sadly. "And now you won't want to be my friend." They both sat quietly. Belle heard the birds singing. "That's a beautiful sound," she said. Toby smiled. Then Toby had an idea. He took Belle back to the pigs. Quietly, they watched the pigs snorting and sniffling. Belle didn't make Toby feel small anymore. Then Belle and Toby went back to Mathwaite Station. Toby jingled and jangled his bell for the passengers. Belle rang her big bell as quietly as she could. "Belle is my friend," Toby told everyone. "We're the bells of Sodor." And Belle smiled from buffer to buffer. Thomas and Friends, Story 10, Gordon Runs Dry. One morning on the island of Sodor, Gordon's coaches were late. "I shouldn't be kept waiting," he moaned. "The express is the most important train on the island." Thomas thought local trains were important too, but Gordon didn't agree. At last, Gordon was coupled to the express and he rushed off to the main line. Farther along the track, Paxton was pulling stone trucks. He didn't know that Gordon was hurrying toward him. Suddenly, Paxton's signal turned red. As Paxton braked, A stone flew out of his truck. It hit Gordon's boiler. I'm so sorry, Paxton said with a gasp. Are you okay? I'm fine, Gordon replied. You can't damage a strong engine like me so easily. You should get checked for damage just in case, Paxton warned him. Nonsense, Gordon replied. The express must not be late. But Gordon didn't get far before his boiler began to run dry. That's funny, he said to himself. I thought I had plenty of water. So when he saw a water tower, Gordon asked his driver to stop and fill up his tank. But Gordon didn't get much farther than that before his boiler felt hot and dry again. I can't stop twice, he fretted. I'll be late. I must keep going. This is the express. Thirsty Gordon tried to ignore the river he passed, but with his boiler running dry again, he had to stop at the next water tower. Gordon's passengers weren't happy. The express was meant to be a fast train, not a slow one. I'll be fast now, Gordon promised as he hurried to Wellsworth Station. But as soon as he was back on the main line, his boiler felt dry again. Poor Gordon left a wet trail behind him as he went slower and slower and finally came to a stop. Thomas followed the wet trail along the tracks and found Gordon. I've run out of steam, Gordon said sadly. You must have a leak, Thomas said. Gordon wondered how that could have happened. It was when Paxton arrived that Gordon remembered the accident. I should have been checked after that stone hit me, Gordon said to him. Then Thomas saw the hole in Gordon's boiler. Don't worry, Gordon, he said. I'll take your passengers, and Paxton can push you to the steamworks to be fixed. He smiled at Gordon. Later that day, Gordon pulled into Knapford Station, blowing steam from his mended boiler. The other engines teased him, but Gordon had learned his lesson. In the future, he would always make sure to take care of his boiler. Thomas and Friends, Story 11, Noisy Stafford. Lots of engines on the island of Sodor are noisy steam engines like Thomas and Percy. But Stafford is quiet because he is a battery-powered electric engine. One day, Stafford saw some children waving from a bridge as Thomas and Percy tooted and peeped below them. But when Stafford gently hummed past, the children wondered why he was so quiet. A little later, Stafford met Thomas and Percy on the main line. I know I'm an electric engine, Stafford said to them, but I want to chuff and puff loudly like a steam engine. We'll teach you, Thomas said with a smile. Chuff, chuff, chuff. Puff, 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 Stafford said, copying Thomas and Percy. Well done, Stafford, said Percy. You sound just like a steamy. Stafford beamed happily as he raced away. At Brendam Docks, Stafford heard Henry wheeshing loudly. Oh, said Stafford, that's another steamy sound I'm going to make. And he also copied Gordon, who honked his horn and blew his whistle. Woo, woo! The next time Stafford passed the children on the bridge, he made all the steamy noises. Puff, 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 chuff, 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 Wheesh! Woot woot! The children cheered with delight. When Stafford went to the yard to charge his battery, Sir Topham Hatt was there. He had an urgent job for Stafford. "You're needed at Farmer McCall's farm," Sir Topham Hatt said. "You're just the engine for the job." But when Stafford arrived at the farm, making his steamy sounds, he scared the farmer's sheep. "I asked for you because you're a quiet engine," Farmer McCall said to Stafford, "but your steamy noises have made my sheep run away." Stafford heard the sheep baaing farther along the track. Quietly, he took Farmer McCall to find them. Stafford hummed softly as the farmer loaded the sheep into his truck, and he watched happily as they trotted out of his truck into their new field. "The sheep really like you because you're nice and quiet, Stafford," said Farmer McCall. Stafford realized that sometimes it was good to be a quiet engine. Later, when Stafford hummed into the yard, Thomas and Percy asked him what had happened to his steamy sounds. "I'm not making them anymore," Stafford replied. "I'm not steamy Stafford. I'm quiet Stafford, the electric engine." And off he went, hardly making a sound. Story 12. Kevin Meets Cranky. Cranky was having a busy day at the docks. He worked as hard as he could, but more and more cargo kept arriving. "Lifting and loading, does it ever stop?" he moaned as boxes piled up around him. Sir Topham Hatt asked Kevin to help Cranky. Kevin was very excited. "I've always wanted to meet Cranky," he said with a big smile. He couldn't wait to show everyone what a really useful crane he was. "Hello, Cranky," Kevin said when he arrived at the docks. "I'm here to lend you a helping hook. What do you want me to do?" "I don't need any help," Cranky replied. "But surely there's something I can do," Kevin replied. "Just stay out of my way then," Cranky said. "I don't need any help, thank you very much." Kevin moved to a quiet corner of the docks and waited to be called. "Don't fret, matey. He's Cranky by name and cranky by nature," Salty said kindly. "You'll get used to him." Then, as Cranky unloaded some pipes from a ship, a few pipes came loose. "Look out!" he yelled as they crashed down onto the docks. "I'll get them," Kevin called. He rushed to help. Kevin stacked up all the pipes as neatly as he could. "There you go, Cranky, all done," he said. But Cranky wasn't happy. "That was your fault," he said. "You're watching me all the time and it makes me nervous. Go away and stop interfering." Later, Cranky was carrying a crate of chickens when it cracked open. All the chickens escaped. "Don't worry, it's all under control," Kevin said as he rounded up the chickens. "I told you to stay out of my way," Cranky said, sounding even more annoyed than before. "All your whizzing around is making me dizzy." Then Kevin heard a loud crash. Cranky's hook had knocked over some barrels, and one of them was rolling toward the water's edge. "I've got it," Kevin said as he hurried to reach the barrel. But he couldn't stop himself, and he fell into the sea instead. "Help! Help!" Kevin called. "Crane overboard!" Salty shouted. Cranky quickly lowered his hook and carefully lifted Kevin out of the sea. "Well done, matey," Salty said, smiling. When Sir Topham Hatt heard what had happened, he was not happy at all. "I thought I could trust you with this special job, Kevin," he said. "It wasn't his fault, sir," Cranky told him. "It was mine." Kevin was only trying to help. He's been a really useful crane. "Well, it's good to see you getting along so well," Sir Topham Hatt replied. "Carry on." "What would you like me to do now?" Kevin asked Cranky. "Let's get the docks looking ship-shape," Cranky answered. "Okay, boss," Kevin said with a big smile. "You and me, Cranky, what a great team." Mr. Seahorse by Eric Carle. Mr. and Mrs. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea. Mrs. Seahorse began to wiggle and twist, this way and that. "It's time for me to lay my eggs," she said. "Can I help?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Oh, yes, thank you," said Mrs. Seahorse, and she laid her eggs into a pouch on Mr. Seahorse's belly. "I'll take good care of our eggs," said Mr. Seahorse. "I promise." As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by a group of trumpet fish hidden in a patch of reeds. Can you see the trumpet fish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Stickleback?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Delighted," replied Mr. Stickleback. "I just built a nest and right away Mrs. Stickleback laid her eggs into it. Now I am taking good care of them until they hatch." "Keep up the good work," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by a lionfish hidden behind a coral reef. Can you see the lionfish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Tilapia?" asked Mr. Seahorse. Mr. Tilapia couldn't answer. His mouth was full of eggs. I know," said Mr. Seahorse. "Mrs. Tilapia laid her eggs. Now you are taking good care of them until they hatch." Mr. Tilapia nodded his head. "You must be very happy," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by several leaf fish hidden among the seaweed. Can you find the leaf fish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Curtis?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Perfectly fine," replied Mr. Curtis. "Mrs. Curtis laid her eggs, and I have stuck them on my head. Now I am taking good care of them until they hatch." "You are doing a good job," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by a stonefish hidden behind a rock. Can you find the stonefish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Pipe?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Couldn't be better," replied Mr. Pipe. "Mrs. Pipe laid her eggs along my belly. Now I am taking good care of them until they hatch." "You should feel proud of yourself," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Bullhead?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Tip-top," replied Mr. Bullhead. Mrs. Bullhead laid her eggs, and the eggs hatched. "Now I'm babysitting." "You are doing a fine job," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. The time had come for the Seahorse babies to be born. Mr. Seahorse wiggled and twisted this way and that. At last, the babies tumbled from Mr. Seahorse's pouch and swam away. One baby turned around and tried to come back into the pouch. "Oh no," said Mr. Seahorse. "I do love you, but now you are ready to be on your own."